Hello, everybody, and welcome to Paddling Pool 188. We're getting close to the big 200, and I'm sure the TO Dapple Productions Alice is very thankful for that. And I'm really upset right now because before I got brought in to talk, Anarchy Rainbow was playing and I was jamming out, but unfortunately now I gotta talk, I can't hear it anymore. So I kind of got an attitude right now. I'm so sorry. But I am joining here today with my co-commentator, which is I'm Matt, and we're going into game one, which is Tower Control and Eotel Alley.
Yes, indeed. Our first two teams are going to be Moodswingers versus Overtime. And we're going to be going in with the, as you said, the Tower Control. And some very Tower Control-esque comps right now.
Yeah, especially here from the side of Moodswings, got a double machine with the shot in the E-Leader. We've been seeing a lot of discourse about the E-Leader over Twitter recently. We all know about that. We see the missiles coming out here for the Flinger right now. Very good choice here, but unfortunately, they are going 3 down here. They are going to be able to stall up this push, but not for long. After Junior immediately comes back in and dies already, along with that push, this is going to be a very strong push for Moodswings.
Indeed, and while Overtime doesn't have the anchor like the E-Leader, they're getting rather pushed out by the aggression of the other 3 members of Moodswingers right now. There's still 2 members down once again, and the tower is yet to stop. That E-Leader's just been chilling right there. We see the Booyah Bomb coming out just to protect it a little bit longer, and they're already on their final checkpoint.
Yeah, for sure. Not a lot of things Overtime can do here except for popular missiles there. They get the pick on the machine, but they need to get onto the tower. They are able to up the tower and get 2 down on the side of Moodswings. But ultimately, trade it back on 2v2. Now it's a 1v1 situation with the machine and the fluid. I don't think he knows the machine is right there. It ultimately gets wiped out, and that is the entire side of Overtime going down. It looks like there'll be nothing pretty much stopping them from KOing this tower when they play their cards right. I'm at.
Quite so, and unfortunately Overtime will not be going to overtime just from what we've seen, and that's going to be the KO.
Yeah, for a team name called Overtime, there was a lack of overtime there, unfortunately, for them getting ultimately destroyed. Like, we didn't even have a chance to settle in. They were just straight throwing punches straight to their face, just knocking them out clean. Good job here from the side of Moodswings. Taking a swing in their mood, obviously. They seem to be really mad about something, so hopefully, whatever it is, they feel better about it soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say it is the first match of the whole tournament, so it's still a bit of a warm-up for some teams. And I know Eeltail can be tough to come back from, especially when you get such a good lead like that. But next up, we have the zones on Fish Market. So let's see if Overtime can maybe gain a little bit more footing this time around.
Yeah, for sure. The zones map, this is one of the better zones map, I want to say, out of the new maps, for sure. Definitely a fan favorite, I want to say. I've never seen anyone have any complaints about it. Understandably so. You have 2 sides to where you can push. You can push on the left side from the right side. You know what I'm saying? Well, not really from the right side, but it's kind of red, but definitely from the left side to where you can like have an easy ramp and jump up, and a lot of flanking routes. There are a lot of opportunities for opposing team to push in. So you won't see a lot of lockouts happen here. Lockouts can happen here, but they are very difficult to execute, to say the least.
Yeah, it is rather difficult. There's just too many avenues for the locked out team to escape into mid. But with that E-Leader, they're gonna have pretty much entire reach over the whole map. It's just the 2 little objects in the middle that's gonna really save it for the shorter range. I can definitely see that Flingza coming in handy for both the painting the zone and just keeping that E-Leader in check.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Moodswings are going to be able to take advantage of their double machine comp, throwing all the phasing bombs onto the middle of the zone, along that suction bomb with the Trizuka, paired up with that wave breaker. It just, that comp is just pretty much has everything except for all models. I don't see the reason why they would change. Overtime may have to adjust. And speaking of Moodswings, my mood swing immediately after Anarchy Rainbow turned off, dude. Like, I was jamming, like I'm in my seat, just like, yeah, I'm getting lit, and then it turned off, and now I'm upset. I was like, I'm so pressed. I'm still pressed about that.
It is an absolute banger. I totally feel that.
Such a banger song. That's one of the reasons why I don't mind Splatfest anymore. I'm like, you get to listen to Anarchy Rainbow every time it comes on. But anyways, we're going to always watch this match when it comes on. We have Moodswings up 1-0 in the set. They win this. They will be going on to the next round. Overtime looking to push it to a game 3. With a change in their comp, bringing out the machine and the Glugos. A double Booyah Bomb coming out for them.
Need double Booyah Bomb, but they also have that splash wall from the Gluga, so that'll definitely help a little bit with the zoning out. But they're still gonna have to watch out for the double bucket and shot coming out from Moodswings right here. Moodswings did get the zone. They still have the zone back, and they're going to be able to hold on to it for just a little bit longer. But it's still quite contested. No one's gone down just yet. But we might see that change. Yes, the Glugas do go down, getting a little pushed out there, trying to get to them.
Yeah, for sure. And this time we see overtime actually taking the initiative here. Oh my goodness! Get absolutely destroyed there by the E-leader. I was about to say, I was just going to say they take initiative in getting the first push, but ultimately kind of got stuffed out there by the E-leader. But they are still contending the zone quite well. They have to be careful with this E-leader though. And a nice clean shot on the machine, and the zone goes back over to Moodswings. But the Booyah coming out here will help them push this E-leader out. But the Tronzuka has a lot to say about that. Immediately getting that pick on the Booyah Bomb, ultimately shutting it down.
Right, so that's going to be the Glugas out of commission. Going to be at the disadvantage here, and there goes their junior, so they're basically going to have to reset here in order to get back to that zone, and there is no penalty points for Moodswings right now, so they're going to be pushing up quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure what the gear build is on the side of overtime, but they should be getting their LDE real soon to play their cards right. We have been thrown at their mind, let's start them out, ultimately avoid death. So we're going to see them hopefully build special for them. Again, if you find a 1v2 pick right there, but the Booyah Bomb is popped, so he does hit that live with a 3v2 advantage on the field for the side of Moodswings. He's going to find a pick there in machine. He can find a pick on the shot that also be a weapon, also close to the game. With the help of his teammate, they will easily clean it up. And with special coming out here, I don't think there's any chance for overtime to get back to the zone.
Yeah, when that machine got the double right there, that pretty much solidified the game for them. If he was in there for quite a while, and so when they weren't able to kick him out, that just completely shut down their avenue to the zone.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see Moodswings just swinging and ultimately not missing at all and going 2-0 in the set, going on to their winners round 2 set very easily over overtime. So with that being said, that's pretty much the end of round 1. And it was just very dominant, I'm at.
It was like overtime. They held out for a little bit at the beginning of that match, definitely a lot more so than the first match with Tower Control, but they slowly got pushed back to their own spawn, and once the machine and their mate got up into that plat area, it was just game over. They couldn't get out.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but overtime isn't out yet. They do have the losers bracket, as this is a double elimination tournament, as paddling pool always is. By the way, did I forget to mention that it is 188? We are 12, but like basically 3 months away from paddling pool 200. I better see everybody signing up for that. I want to see all the top teams. I want to see everybody in that, because that is major. This is the longest running Splatoon event, as we all know. And so I would like to see a bunch of people come into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's max out that team count.
For sure. Well, with that being said, we will take you guys over to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. You are watching Paddle Poke 188 on Dapple Productions. Now, give me back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 188. We are here in Winners Round 2, which is also a best of 3. We have Unlucky going up against Spinbs. And I'm not too familiar with Spinbs at all, but I am very familiar with Unlucky. Very strong mid-level team, making ways towards high level, actually. I will say, got to give them a lot of credit. They have grown to be a really strong team. They deserve a lot of credit, and every win they've gotten has definitely been on their part.
Indeed, and they are one of our regulars here at the paddling pool. We've seen them on the stream quite a few times here, so it's good to be seeing them making a return once again. Speaking of which, we are going to be going to Rainmaker on... Ooh, I always forget the name of the stage. I think
It's called Undertow Spillway, and they should have spilled this map out of the game because it's garbage. I would leave it at that. Don't care what nobody says. It is on Rainmaker. So this map has two different pathways you can take. You can take the ramp where you get a bunch of points really easily, but it's very hard to push off of, or you can go to the left side to where your push is basically almost uncontested, but it does take a little bit more to get points.
Why so? And I'm seeing a heavy splatling. You don't see those in competition as much nowadays, but I'm super happy to be seeing this in play. We're going up against that Charger. It's certainly going to be quite a tough matchup, but nonetheless, we'll have to see what they bring to the table. So far, no one has yet to pick up the Rainmaker. While I say that, two members of Spinbs are down, so I think Unlucky is going to have a chance to take this left route to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and see, like I said earlier, literally uncontested. Like, really have no way to contest that. If you try to contest it, you are at a disadvantage. Like, just Roller and Heavy, they are actually at a disadvantage trying to fight from that angle. It is very hard and very difficult. You can find yourself getting cornered unnecessarily out of nowhere, and you can see it take effect right here. I'm at like just easily getting two people down, and they can easily just re-put the Rainmaker and possibly get more points. But 38 is a very decent push on this map, to say the least.
Yeah, quite so. It just not a whole lot of cover, and then with the Rainmaker arc, and you ain't got a Zuka like that, just there's nowhere to hide and shoot them at the same time. Three members of Spinbs are going to be down here, so now Unlucky is going to have another chance to push this forward, and they're quite close to that KO, and that was the Booyah Bomb that just got shut down right there.
Yeah, and see, look, they can just easily take their time. Look at GG's. Just, oh, here comes the Roller though, but how long would that be able to hold it from KOing, because they're going to get an immediate pop right here and go for the dunk, and they do. And it's just like everything I just said. You can either take the right ramp, where you get a bunch of points easily, but it's really hard to push, or you can go left and basically have your push pretty much almost uncontested because it's so hard. And this is why that map is terrible off a Rainmaker. It's like you just saw it right there.
Yeah, you can. It's pretty much for the long game. Is, as you said, it's just completely uncontested against that left side, and that's really the place you want to go for a more sustained push.
Yeah, exactly. And not to take any credit away from Unlucky, we know they're very strong, and they ultimately just dominated that game from start to finish, to say the least, very much. Because even as unbalanced as I think the left side pushing is, if the teams were pretty much evenly matched, I would think they would like be able to stop them one or two more times before they get KO like that. But unfortunately, they didn't. So that just shows how strong Unlucky is as a team. And now we're going to have to see the other team have to be able to push their back foot. Their backs are against the wall. They'll be set to lose it. They'll lose this game, but they have a chance to bring it back here on Splat Zone's Wahoo World.
Yeah, it is the best of three, so it's already to match point 4. Unlucky here, but it is going to be going to zones. I have to say, I am expecting them to probably stick with that Charger, but it's just a toss-up whether they want to do the vanilla Charger or the E-Leader. Either way, it's going to be tough bring back that Splatling for this.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough, and I can very easily see Yoshio, the Chargers put Unlucky, pull out an E-Leader like it's nothing and just ultimately dominate, have free reign over the map with that Wave Breaker and Ink Mods, which are very good for zones, well, unless they say they stick with the vacuum. So an adjustment needs to be made here by Spinbs. They obviously can tell that they're going to be out aggroed here by the side of Unlucky. Both teams are running pretty aggro comps, I want to say, but if one side is more aggressive, one side needs to adapt and put a little bit more patience. So hopefully we can see Spinbs try to make that adjustment here and take game 2 and force to a game 3.
For sure, for sure. Now we did see that roller coming out in the last game. I'm wondering if they're going to be sticking with that. It is a nice aggro weapon, but it doesn't allow them for a whole lot of paint for zones. Although perhaps the bubbler can be quite helpful for the defensive side.
For sure, it can be. Indeed, it can. So we're going to hopefully see an adjustment here from the comp. And we do see an adjustment. Look at them going for a more, I want to say, meta-based comp. Still with the heavy spotlight, but instead they bring out the flings of the splash and the machine, knowing that they will need to stand back. And we see, I think, a comp change for the side of Unlucky. We got the 52, the shot, and the junior for the big bubble for zones. And like I said before, Yosho very easily pulling out that E leader to ultimately dominate their side of the zone, and they get a first cap of the zone.
They got a first cap, and I think it looks like they got rid of the bucket right there. But Spinbs, they're putting on quite, they're competing against them. They already got the zone flip, and they got that early lead, and they got the junior down as well as splash shot. They're going to be able to hold on to this for a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. That's the power of those missiles that the Flinger will be able to get. You saw it take effect. They're able to help their teammates find a pick right here. And we're going to see Unlucky play off the back foot here. With that killer wall being popped right now, they're going to try to force me back into the zone. Heavy Spider going down is going to be a little bit more easier for them, as well as to try to zoom in. All the stuff is pretty much coming down for the side of Unlucky. They're going to be uncontested and recapping the zone and apply penalty points.
Still, 44 is not a bad lead. That's going to give them some time to regroup and put up some specials for their pushback, but their bucket already is going down, and while they fired the missiles in the buoy bomb, there's not really anyone up close to capitalize off that and retake the zone.
That's very unfortunate for their machine to go down right there, because they got a really good pick there on the shot, and if the machine stayed alive there, they could have easily thrown a bunch of physies onto the zone to be able to get it back. But ultimately, it doesn't seem like they're decontaminated from that. The popping crab taker will be able to consider a little bit, getting the shot down once again. They're going to push his right side, a nice slosh there from the slosher machine to get a pick on that 52, ultimately able to push him out. And now just a junior and the leader left alive. We're going to see the Flinger build their missiles once again in a form of defense, but unfortunately, forced to jump out back up there onto the zone to help their teammates.
Yeah, the E leader, the junior, they backed up right there. They still have their specials ready to go. Now we're just, here comes the 52 and the splash. They got theirs. I think we're going to be seeing another push for zone here. They're firing off the killer whale. I think the Zuki got popped as well, and they're going to be just taking this with ease right here, and they're still in control of that lead. The splash does go down for Spins here, but they're going to be having to back up. They have that specials online as well, but they're slowly getting pushed out of their own area.
Yeah, they are getting pushed out of their own area. The E-leader does go down, so this could be good for them. Buoy bomb being thrown in a really nice spot onto the zone, forcing the players on the right side to move. They're going to try to take advantage of with that Fleaser, able to get a pick on that 52. They're going to try to recap the zone very closely. But Spins cannot be content with just going back and forth with trading the zone. They need to be able to push in and ultimately push Unlucky all the way out. They can't be content with what they're getting right now. First things first, they need to control the zone right now, and indeed they do. With the 52 and the shot going down, this is what I'm talking about. They need to push up now and find a way to remove every last player off of Unlucky, and I think they're going to do that right now as they get the E leader, forcing them, and the junior right now going to get them staggered respawns, and this could be a very key opportunity for Spins to take control of this game.
Yeah, we saw before they were Unlucky was 2 down. They had the 52 and the junior, but the junior alone, between the bubbler and their bombs, was able to just hold on to zone until their last 2 members respawn. Being able to take out that junior and get the rest of their team for a delayed wipe like that is really going to help them, as they're going to be ticking down their points and getting this lead back.
Yeah, just Flash in the very tough position is going to be called out there from the side of Unlucky. Going to be taking out one of their sleds, and they are going to be able to contest the zone and ultimately try to get a cap here. And I think they are going to get that cap, but maybe not that easy. But the junior does go down, so this could be another opportunity for Spins. Because the zone, they do find a pick there. The machine just get a pick on a shot. The 52 will be forced to back out here and throw a splash wall before he ultimately get contested. The 52 able to get 2 there. That is not good for this side of Spins. But missiles at the ready from this fully. It's going to pop that real soon, be able to slow them down. Side of Spins. 15 penalty points, and 20 penalty points down on both sides. We're going to see how this triggers the rest of the game. If they can get a pick here in the 52, that could be massive, but their machine does go down along with their Flinger. So now we're going to see Unlucky try to do the same thing that Spins did, is move up and take control of this game.
Yeah, probably the smartest thing for Spins to do is just to back out. They both their bucket, and their flings that got taken out right there. Now the Splash is just fighting for their lives. They're getting cornered by 3 members of Unlucky here, but they're still managed to stay alive. They have some time. They have about 15 more seconds to retake the zone before they lose the lead, but they're really going to have to play the patient game, because if they wipe out here, that could spell game over for them.
Zone will be neutralized for the side of Spinbs. They're going to try to contest it, but it's not a lot of paint compared to the side of Unlucky, who has pretty much predominantly all shooters. They have one more opportunity to get to that zone, but with the Splash going down, they're one of their main panics along with the heavy spot, and they're not going to have opportunity to do so. And they will ultimately have to forfeit this game over to the side of Unlucky as they go 2-0, winning the set.
Spinbs, props to them for they held out until the very last second in the last match, but they got a little bit panicked right at the end there. They lost 1 or 2 members before they really had a good chance to push, and so Unlucky there doing an excellent job of just staying alive and keeping control of the zone until the time ran out, and they are able to take the 2-0 for this set.
Gotta give Spinbs credit though. They did make an adjustment with their comp, saying what it needs to do to be able to move them, have ultimately a decent win condition and just a chance. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately they did do that. Just need to execute a little bit better. So good adjustment for them. And hopefully they make it far into this tournament. They will be sent down to losers bracket pretty early, to say the least. But right now we do have Unlucky taking the 2-0 lead and 2-0 win. Sorry.
And I think, as you said before, Unlucky is just a pretty strong team already, so the fact that Spinbs was able to contest them for so long really does show just the level of skill bringing to this match. And so I think Unlucky was perhaps the projected team to win this match, but it was still such a good match nonetheless.
Indeed it was. And we will have more action just like this ready for you guys. Don't go anywhere. You are watching Paddling Pool 188 on Dapple Productions.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 188. We are now in the winners quarters time of this tournament. We have Penguin going up against Sengkluft Warriors, and these are two very strong teams going at each other right now. One of them is a pickup, and the other one is an actual team. To say the very least, these teams are very strong, and this is going to be, I don't know who's going to win. It's a back and forth battle. We have players like Sorn, Cam, Noah, Warlock on the side of Penguin, and the side of Sengkluft Warriors, we just have Riza, we have Knives, it used to be on Cascade Duck Crew, just Fate and Moment as well, like just amazingly strong players in this, and we're starting here on Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge.
Yes, for those who don't know, Sengkluft is the German word for Scorch Gorge, so these are essentially the Scorch Gorge Warriors, and the fact that they're playing on their home turf for this first match really says a lot.
For sure, I'm expecting them to know every inside, every cranny, every nick, every trick, everything about this match. They can use it in advantage. I'm expecting them to take full advantage of it with a name like that. And we're going to see the comps coming in. Two very similar comps. The only difference is that one has a splash and one has a charger and the other one has a junior. That is literally the only difference in the comp.
And I have a strong feeling that these two teams, they faced each other in the Paddling Pool before, so the fact they're getting a rematch like this once again, it is going to be fun to watch. We already see quite a bit of firefights just breaking out in mid. With Clan Blitz, it is just a lot of poking and running around for this first couple of minutes or so, just to collect all those clans, but we see so many members going down on both sides. Like, neither team has really had a strong hold to, oh, well, I say that, Penguin's already opening the basket.
Yeah, for sure. I actually did not see that coming at all, using that to open that basket. And we're going to see that Sengkluft Warriors opted to go with the vacuum to have a defense there. And you saw it take effect right there, using that vacuum ultimate to snuff out that push and only looking to get one power climb in. They're also going to try to use that vacuum as an offensive tool as well to block any shots coming in so they can push in for free. And we're going to see how that goes for them as well, as two people go down for the side of Sengkluft Warriors. But they do ultimately trade the machine there. Now the 2v2 for both the teams right now in the stalemate. It's going to fly the pick here on that shot and ultimately get a chance to give them complete map control here. And they're going to try to make a power climb and go score here. I'm at.
They're setting up for a push right here. They have that Ink Vac, as you said before, on the go, so they can really just get some good defense if they're able to get it. But the Crab gets popped there. So now it's just a face-off between the Crab and the Ink Vac right there. They do fire the Ink Vac, but now there's a Bubbler standing between their way, and they're just going to be 3 down with the Power Glam sailing off the edge right there.
I want to point out that 200 IQ play. Honestly, it's not 200 IQ, but it's just something that a good player will realize. So when that vacuum is popped, the last thing you want is for that vacuum to stay up and continue sucking up your opponent's shot. So what they do, they just overload the vacuum really quickly so that it can stop absorbing their shots, so they can easily stop that push. Great 100 IQ play from the side of Penguin there. And that's just the average play you see here in the competitive community that you won't get anywhere else.
And not only did they snuff out the vacuum real quick, they had the Bubbler on hand just to stop the shot for when it does fire off. So they were just able to completely shut down the push. Sengkluft Warriors, they're on the back foot right now. They already lost another player. They do have the Inkzuka and the Booyah Bomb online, but they're not really in a good position to capitalize off it. No clams, really, no power clams except for that pity clam. And Penguins has like quite a few ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. Both these comps are very aggressive, so we've seen them going back and forth, and already half the game is gone. It only feels like you've been watching for a minute for how aggressive these two teams are. Of course, we got the more defensive comp coming in from Sengkluft Warriors. We're going to see them going to try to make a push here with this Bradley coming out here. Going to ultimately add pressure. Probably not going to be able to find a pick anywhere. But ultimately, we'll push the members of Penguin back. We got to take advantage of that, but they won't be able to as the shot goes down. We're forcing them to move back, unfortunately.
We're down to a 2v2 once again with the Splash shot is in the corner. They got a potential jump. Oh, that's going to be 3 down on the side of Penguin there. This might be what the Warriors need in order to get into the basket.
Yeah, for sure. This could be an opportunity right here. They do have the clans built up, but they do have a chance to get this going. Only a minute 20 left to go in this game. The guy makes something happen here right now. They don't want to waste too much time. This crafting ultimately isn't going to be able to find the moment. Is looking for a better opportunity here. But the Booyah Ball coming in, this could be a chance with the vacuum coming in. They will score in that power climb. They got to get one more climb in to get the lead. And I think they will be able to, the moment bringing in 7 clams. They are just going to focus the clams here and just throw the kitchen sink into the basket. Hope get things going here. They actually are being very patient though, but unfortunately does get taken out, and it's basically a delayed wipe. or simultaneously white coming in on the side for Penguin. Now Penguin only has 50 seconds left to get a push going, but no specials are at the ready except for that big bubbler for you on the side of Penguin. And with the charger going down immediately, and another shot there from Trizuka, this could be spelled trouble for the side of Sengkluft Warriors.
Yeah, several members, 3 members down once again, just a charger remaining, and they are, yeah, that's going to be the lead in this last 30 seconds. I was going to say that it was quite unfortunate that the Warriors had that wipe right there. That just allowed the Penguin to pretty much set up for free for the next push, and they're already pushing that lead, and they're close to this KO. I think they're just going to run out of time before they have a chance.
No, they're going to KO it right now, and that's basically what happens there. They had a push. They had a good push to get a lead, but and knowing how that game was going, I think it would have been a better option for Sengkluft Warriors to take those 56 points and just leave, but ultimately got wiped, and Penguin doing what good players do and just punish them for it, and ultimately getting the KO there.
Yeah, but that was such a good match. Clan Blitz tends to be a little bit back and forth. It can be hard to get something going just because of how you need a full squad really to push and grab that basket. But getting the KO right at the end there was such good play for Penguin there. But we are going to be going to zones next, and it's going to be on I think that's Museum.
Yes, that is zones on Museum D Alfonso. I think that's how you say it. Hopefully I said that right. But it is indeed this map. And I expect to see the Charger to stay here, as this map is very good for backliners. Specifically the E-Leader, I hope to see, or I expect them to pick at the very least. So we're going to see Penguin try to make a comp adjustment here to deal with that backline here, because if the backline does get set up, and this could be very troublesome for them to get back into the zone.
Quite so. There are quite a few counters in the aggro category to take on the E-Leader, the Zuka for one, but it is going to be tough with that E-Leader setup to really find a place to use those specials. They might have the pain advantage, and if they can get the lockout going, they can probably get a whole lot of points down flat, but yeah, it is going to be tough to contest that.
Yeah, for sure. It will be tough, but at the very least, this is a best of 5, reminding people here watching that one team has to get 3 wins in order to move on to winners semifinals, which will give them an immediate top 8 spot into this bracket, which is a very decent result to say the least. So both these teams will be fighting out and hope for a win. Both these teams are very strong and are definitely both top 8 contenders. I expect to see both these teams finish in the top 8 of this bracket. Wouldn't be very surprised at all. So we're seeing a very mighty game coming out here.
Absolutely. I think another thing to keep in mind, you have the main route that goes through the spinner, but then you still have to watch that little sneak on the side. Like, it's not taken too often, but if caught unawares, that can be quite devastating.
Yeah, for sure. I expect to see a weapon with mobility go over there, like say the Splash, or like maybe the Junior with their bombs, most likely. And everything. Like I said, here comes the E-Leader coming out for the side of Sengkluft Warriors. A very smart decision to say the least, along with that machine splash and that shot. So we're going to see pretty much the same coming on the side of Penguin. So they are going to have a lot more paint advantage, to say the least, but they don't have the area control as the splash does go down. And I think it was to that E-Leader.
Yeah, that's going to be the shot going down as well, and now this bucket's just going to be tearing through. Gonna try to get another pick, and I think that is the trade right there, but that's just gonna give the Sengkluft Warriors a chance to take that zone and immediately start setting up.
Yeah, for sure. And this E-Leader has watch over damn near everything here, and it's going to be really hard for them to push in. But not if the shot gets a good pick like that, and also take advantage of that, gets another pick there on the machine, and they're going to try to push in right now. Not even going to try, they are going to push in right now and recap the zone. But the shot isn't going down, but the machine does trade it back. If we really coming out here, we see the crafted being popped here by Moment. It's going to ultimately shred that bowler, but not before getting picked off and destroyed by that machine and that splash. Very good teamwork there on the side of Penguin.
Now to the light 2 down right there. I think Penguin's in the process of taking this lead right here. We do see the several specials for Sengkluft Warriors online, so they're going to be able to pop that and potentially get a couple of picks, but the shot goes down almost immediately, and now the Booyah Bomb is just stuck right underneath the spinner there. They're not going to have a whole lot of room to really throw it.
Yeah, that shot going down is very unfortunate. They wanted to use that blue ball to push in, and ultimately couldn't really capitalize off it with them going down. Noah here on this crafting is putting a lot of pressure on top of their play. And it's going to be very hard for Sengkluft to push back in. They need to find a pick or to get in. If one of them goes down here, they might as well say GG to give up this game. They do find a pick there on that splash. Just could be an opportunity to push in. They need to get to that zone. They do contest the zone, but the shot does go down. Most are paying the zone like crazy, but two go down. A very clutch pick there coming there from Moment with that splash. Very nice job for them. The last one left alive here in his corner where he will be hawked down there from Knives on that machine. And two very clutch picks there from Moment on that splash for the side of Sengkluft Warriors.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit staggered now, and that's going to give them ample opportunity to get some points on the board. But now, Penguin, they're going to be setting up. They already have two of their specials online again, so they are set to go in. But the bucket going down, that's going to remove their Booyah Bomb from the equation. And so now there's just so much pink on their plat, and with Sengkluft Warriors, they're slowly ticking down towards that lead. See the battle of the crowds right here, but the zone is going to be contested. The bubble goes out, but it's still... Oh, it gets flipped over for Penguin.
Yeah, it's flipped from Penguin. We see the machine here, Sharky waiting for opportunity to find a pick right here. He does find a pick there on there, and they do ultimately 2v1 that those two people over there ultimately does get advantage over for the side of Penguin. They are going to throw 50 bombs up onto this play. Also remind you that LDE is in effect right now for these machines, and we're going to see 50 bombs flying everywhere. This team leader does have Wayberger at the ready, waiting for a right opportunity to use it. Blue bomb being popped pretty early, but they are holding on to waiting for a right time to throw it, and ultimately it's going to start them off. This crab tank is not safe at all. It will be forced to drop right now, and that's not what they want, but they do find a pick for it. They have to go for the zone right now. There's not a lot of time left before it. The Blue bomb onto the zone will help them flip the control and apply a 56-point penalty.
You're not able to chew through that penalty, therefore it gets flipped for the Sengkluft Warriors, and so they're able to stay in the game for a little bit longer, but with 3 members down, it's going to be a 2v1, so now Penguins are going to be able to flip that zone right back. If they're able to just stall us out for the rest of this match, be able to keep flipping the zone even if they lose it, they're going to be able to take this match for the win.
Yeah, for sure. Only a minute and 10 seconds to go in this game. The shot does go down, so there could be an opportunity for Sengkluft Warriors to push back in with this crab tank. But the machine does go down. Both the machines go down for each team. A nice snipe there from the Heat leader onto that crab tank, able to get him out. Throwing that wave breaker there in front of pick there. Also, that was a wrong call. Someone else got to pick on the crab tank. Whoever did it, it was a very clutch pick. And the zone will flip in their favor of Sengkluft Warriors. They need to find a way to move out the people of Penguin out completely, so that way they can have an advantage. We're going to see the machine try to come over to the right side. So they can throw 50 bombs up to their plat, as you can see it happening right now. He's going to throw 2 of those if he has the LDE on with the bullet bomb at the ready. This could be a very nice opportunity here for a Sengkluft Warriors with that crab tank as well.
Yeah, as we're in the last 30 seconds, they really can't afford to lose this zone right now. They are almost through their penalty points, but with some of the specials getting thrown out, there's a possibility that they're going to see the zone flip again. They really need to hold on to this if they want to take this match. But unfortunately, Penguins, they set too much pressure. They're able to take the zone back, and with the E-layer going down as well as a splatter shot, there's not a whole lot left paint for the Sengkluft Warriors.
Oh, but there is a chance here. The machine here onto the zone right now. We're finally going to go in this game, but they didn't pop the blue ball like I thought they would. They are going to try to pick the zone for the time result, and they do get the zone back. They are going to try to push this left side right here. They do know there's someone there. They're going to try to be very patient and very cautious about how they approach. There's someone pushing over to his right side. They do find a pick there on the splash for Penguin. Penguin is looking to push over to the zone. This easily is not in a safe spot at all. The machine dropping down, ultimately in a very bad position with only 10 people left to go in this game. There's a bubbler on the zone, and that is why they lose. Every time Sengkluft Warriors has a chance to do something, boom, bubbler. You can't do anything about it. And then the junior just sits there on that very small zone and just paints, and then that's why they lose.
Yeah, with the bubbler, it takes up like a whole quarter of that zone, and the junior can reach the other 3/4. So as you said, just the bubbler gets popped and the zone gets flipped almost immediately.
Yeah, for sure. It's so hard to contend. Like you said, it covers up a quarter of the zone. Boom, you pop that bubbler. And first of all, it's a junior. It can throw 2 bombs, pop a bubbler, throw 2 more bombs, and paint. You can't do much against that except try to shred it, but the only thing you can do is kill it, is try to kill the junior before it happens. But for the most part, the junior is going to be playing safe, and that was the ultimate win factor for the side of Penguin, having that junior, always having a bubbler ready every time they push in. Notice that as soon as that junior popped their bubbler, boom, they get zoned, like uncontested almost.
Absolutely, and the only thing that can really contest the bubbler as far as like speed goes is a Booyah Bomb, because the Booyah Bomb can shred the bubbler and reach into the bubbler, pushing out the junior. On top of that, pain in the zone, so they were very smart with how they used that bubbler, making sure that there wasn't a Booyah Bomb in Sengkluft Warriors arsenal to use against her, or at the very least making sure that machine was out of position so they couldn't stop the zone push.
Yeah, for sure. Very nice job there from Penguin, using their specials and utilities to their advantage to get the win. And now they're up 2-0 in the set, needing one more win to go to winner semifinal. Sengkluft Warriors looking to do our first sweep, and we're going to tower control on Mega Mart.
Yes, and tried and true favorite from Splatoon 2. It honestly could go either way. From what we've seen of the Sengkluft Warriors, they put up a heck of a fight, but it was really the power of that junior that stopped them from taking that last match. So they have a good opportunity with that E-leader and their other weapons to take this. It's just going to be a matter of who makes the least amount of mistakes, I think.
See, I would agree with you if Penguin didn't have that junior, and because that junior just does so much, and they could just pop it on the tower. But now we see that Sengkluft Warriors as well get themselves a junior moment, getting off the splash and getting onto the junior. Going to take the sacrifice of getting rid of his Slayer for a more supportive role and get us some protection on the side. As the machine does go down immediately, two go down immediately for the side of Penguin. We're going to see the momentum shift in favor for Sengkluft Warriors, getting two down immediately right now. And they are still going, and they're going to smash over this first checkpoint.
Yeah. As opposed to zones, which is more of a battle of attrition, this one is 100% a snowball mode. If you can get the momentum going, you have a good chance. And they are able to take that first checkpoint, but Penguins, they're coming back. They were able to stop them before they got too far into that. So now they're going to be pushing up, and we see this shot right here on the right side, just keeping that corner. So they're going to be prepping for their push.
Offense is defense, and that's basically what Penguin said there. While they were pushing, we just saw the machine is ultimately just say, yeah, I'm gonna just hold forward on the tower and get 2 picks just like that, and ultimately stop the push for them. But we see 2 picks trading here for the side right there. Are gonna make their way towards that second checkpoint. Won't be able to get past it. Have to ultimately have to back off the tower here on the side of Penguin. But they do find a pick there on the machine, so this could keep things going. Back control also in their favor as well. Finding picks left and right. The back is coming out here, and just a charger left alive. That is not gonna be enough to stop them from getting past the second checkpoint. They need to do a lot here, and with that big bubbler up as well, this is going to be very troublesome for them.
It was quite unfortunate. The shot from the ink vac went through and hit the stack on the opposite side. If we were able to hit that tower, it would have been smack dab in the middle of that bubbler, but the bubbler just protected the junior.
Oh
so
my
now we're going to get 3 members. That's a full wipe for the bucket.
Yes, Machine doing what Machine does best. That was insane. Just pretty much cleaning up right there, and he is still going, doing a lot of work there, doing what Machine does best, and that is GG's, ultimately wiping them out twice. That is a Twitter clip if I've ever seen one, and that's just pretty much it. Penguin taking the set 3-0 over Sengkluft Warriors. They will be going to winner semifinals, and Sengkluft Warriors will be unfortunately dropping down to the losers bracket.
They weren't happy with the amount of spotlight that the junior was getting that last match. All right, we're gonna take the reins here. Here, watch this.
Yeah, for sure. And they ultimately just carved them up real good with that machine, and just forced their team into winner semifinals. So congratulations to Penguin. Sengkluft Warriors is not out yet. We will hopefully see them the next time they be on streaming and losers bracket if they make it far enough. So very good match from both these teams. We're going to see a Sengkluft Warriors make an adjustment and find out we're back for a rematch against Penguin if they also have an opportunity.
In the meantime, we will be going to another short break before the next match. So don't go anywhere. Tune in. This has been Dapple Productions with the paddling pool.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today! Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today! Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Paddling Pool. It is I, Mad Gamer II, and I am joined by Stormy Senpai.
Yo, what's up? We are back, and we're starting on the garbage map mode combination known as Undertow Spillway. Why are we back here in this tower control this time? Oh Lord, have mercy on these players.
Yeah, it is not my favorite either. We'll be watching Unlucky returning once again, going up against the Paddling Poolers.
Indeed, they are the paddling poolers. So since they're the paddling poolers, I expect them to be in paddling pool 200 when that comes around. We have a team full with Phil Stan, Nico Chico, Draco, and Yaru. And there are some players I'm familiar with. I'm very familiar with Nico Chico, being a Blob enthusiast back in Splatoon 2. Not sure what he plays now. And then you got Phil Stan being the midpoint admin, to say the least, and a very talented player. Draco as well, being very talented, as well as Yaru going up against Unlucky. This is going to be a very entertaining fight we are going in. This is winner semifinal, so best of 5 set coming in here. See you, I'm mad.
Quite so, we are in the semifinals, so we are getting down to the wire here. Both of the teams, even if they get knocked out here, they still have the losers bracket, but it is going to be getting close to that final matchup, and you do want to win this to secure your spot. We'll be hopping into this tower control on Spillway. If we're talking about snowball momentum based modes, this is the snowballest of them all.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see the cops come out here. Same thing coming out here to the side of Unlucky. Actually, same thing coming to the side of Unlucky. So we're going to see the Charger coming in right now. They're going to use that vacuum engine to push that tower. See the missile coming out here, and the Tri-Shark as well coming out from the side of Paddling Pool, using the advantage to get ultimate map control. They're going to find a way past the first checkpoint, back their way onto the second, applying a lot of pressure over into that side. The Tri-Zuka coming out here. Ultimately will be shut down from the side of that 52, or the kind of Unlucky before going down to that Splat Bomb.
We see the Flinks, they're still able to stay on. They got the mines up, but they're still a couple man down, so they're going to be backing up here, just trying to charge up those missiles again. We see the Inksuka and the Inkvac online for the Unlucky here, so they're just keeping an eye out for that. Still control the tower, though. They're working their way to that second checkpoint, just trying to secure this corner and make sure they stay alive. Unlucky, they haven't been able to really touch the tower yet. We saw 2 members go down there, and they've just been kind of locked out here.
Yeah, for sure. Nico Chico on that swing is doing a very nice job guarding this up. Make sure he always has missiles at the ready, as well as being the one pushing that tower like a good support player should do. Also been getting kind of third as well. They're trying to use the position. The bucket does go down, but they are making it to that third check, but ultimately will have to give up that. They're trying to get some nice snipe there to ultimately end their push. Also knocking everyone out, but Yaru is still alive up here, can be very deadly with that vision being a 2-shot. It's going to find a pick there on the other 52. It's going to wrap around and try to find a pick on the other opposing player. Ultimately keeping it busy, having a chance for his team to push the tower, but 2 of his teammates do go down, so he'll have to move back here, unfortunately.
Just doing a good job of sharking here. They didn't see them until the last second. The junior does go down here, and they're still in this corner, but are finally taken down. Unlucky, they have a chance here. They're going to just have to regain a bit of map control, but they're still pretty pushed back. We still see several members of the Paddling Pool in mid right now. We see the Flingza and that Bucket just doing a good job of zoning them out. There isn't really a whole lot of room to maneuver in this center area. They're just so narrow. It's pretty much a good choke point.
Yeah, Unlucky have to get off the back foot here. And as soon as they're going to have an opportunity to get off that back foot, you got to take advantage of it now, because if they don't take advantage of it now, they can kiss again goodbye. Getting a sniper on the Flingza is a very good start, as well as getting a kill onto that Bucket and a shot as well, getting 3 down on the side of Paddling Pool. They are contesting the 52 right now. That is that shot going up in the advantage. We see the 52 up on the jump out here. Keeps it Balade will make their way past that second checkpoint. But what specials coming here at the ready for the side of Paddling Pool. They are going to try to stop this tower, as well as the missiles and the people coming out. But the vacuum coming out here, able to contest, and they are going to be able to get that lead back with the forceful using of that vacuum, and ultimately find 3 down here in that situation right here. Player X will have to back out now on that 52. But job well done for the side of Unlucky, getting that lead right back.
Yeah, they were able to take the checkpoint, but they got that lead, and it's going to make it even more difficult for Paddling Poolers to bring that back. Yeah, I saw the nice combo of the Bubbler and the Inkvac just keeping control of that tower, and they still have quite a bit of map control. But with the 2 members going down, the last 2 are going to have to back up and try to stay alive. See the Junior and the 52 just striking on that right side there. We do see the Stingray, I'm sorry, the Killer Whale getting popped out here, but they're still rolling.
We're going to see Pattern Pullers play a lot more aggressive now, knowing the situation for them. You can see it coming in right now. They're going to try to keep the tower here on this left side at all times. And now Unlucky needs to find a way to regain map control to push them out. And only a minute left to go in this game. Both teams are going to be trying to know their win conditions in order to take this game. But with this shot right here, it has to win this fight. This could be crucial. They do end up winning the fight, unfortunately, but ultimately not before getting traded back into the situation. Nico Chico is still alive, doing a very good job staying alive at all times. It's very crucial for this side of Paddling Boys. As long as he's still alive, they still have a chance. But 3 to go down around him, he has to back out. But not before jumping a few ink miles down for his team to use.
We're getting into the last minute of this match, and Paddlers, they're a little bit staggered right now. Still 2 members down and respawning, 30 seconds to go. This is not looking good for them. Unlucky has control of the tower, and with the Bubbler and the Ink Fact online, they are well equipped to secure this tower for the remaining of the game.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're going to see Paddling Push trying to make desperate plays here. That's not what you want to do. We're only typically going this game. That ink vacuum up, as you call, could be very problematic for them. All they got to do is pop it at like 5 seconds, and with 2 people going down, I don't think they have any chance to get close to this tower, I'm at.
Not at all. And that's going to be game for Unlucky taking the first match, but that being said, Paddling Pullers, they held it out for a good chunk. It was just an unfortunate push right in the middle there, and with the just their combo of the Junior and the Charger, it was really difficult to bring that back.
Yeah, for sure. They did. Unlucky did a very nice job knowing their win condition, getting that vacuum onto the tower near to that last checkpoint, able to get the lead back pretty forcibly. It wasn't like they took it cleanly getting picks when they started getting picks, but like, they just kind of basically with the bubbler and the vacuum, they just forced it. They're like, yeah, no, we're getting lead. You can't do anything about it. Like GG, shake my hand.
GG's indeed. And our next match, we're going to be going to another Zones match. Is going to be on Sturgeon Shipyard. This one's going to be, I would say, a little bit more balanced. It's something a little bit more familiar with, the players are more familiar with, and you got more avenues to avoid getting sniped at.
Yeah, for sure. And Spots on Sturgeon is becoming more common nowadays because it's only like 12 maps in this game, so we have not really banned any maps or any map mode combinations just yet. See, there's only 12 maps, so we have not done that just yet. So we're going to see mostly a comp switch coming out from the side, maybe from both these sides. Maybe Yoshi will opt to go for an E-Leader here because E-Leader is pretty good here.
Now, I know a couple matches ago we saw on the museum, we saw that Junior using the bubbler quite effectively on the zone. I have a feeling it's going to be not quite as effective on here. It can take out almost half the zone with this bubbler, but because of the angle that is at on that bridge, it can't quite paint as well with his main weapon.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe we'll see a Junior come out here from the side of Unlucky as well. We'll see what it's up to go with. But pretty much the same comp coming out for the side of Paddling Pullers, except with an E-Leader, I believe that is. I'm not sure who's using that. Let me see who that is. That is indeed Nico Chico using the E-Leader. A very versatile flex player that can play almost anything at their will. Very skilled player as well.
Using the E-Leader versus E-Leader here. The only other similar weapon here is the Junior on both sides. They're opting for the vanilla bucket and the splash shot. I guess they are sharing that splash shot, just a few difference, but curious to see them using the vanilla bucket once again as opposed to that sloshing machine.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see Motive here try to stay alive against that 52. Ultimately does get taken down here. That's kind of not what they wanted. They wanted to keep that bubbler alive, but unfortunately it does go down. They are trying to pick their on the shot now, so they are going to be able to push back in with these killer wells, and they are going to be able to try to get control of the zone here. But player X is coming back here on that left side. It's going to be able to contest and keep control of the right side. The Waybreaker coming out here, also going to try to help with a nice Trizuka shot there, able to get a pick there. Once we get a 2 down on the side of Unlucky, we'll have control of the zone. But the shot is going to look like here on the left side, and we'll try to make something happen, but of course, Unlucky decides to back out.
Unlucky here. They're trying to regain their footing. They're getting pressured out slowly. Now paddling coolers, they have a chance to set up. That's a complete wipe. Now they could just completely take control of the core area, camp those ledges, and they have that E-leader set up on that snipe. That is going to be it's going to take quite the effort for Unlucky to push out at this point. They're going to need quite a few specials just to dislodge the E-leader and all those Sharkers.
Yeah, the win condition here is going to be between these two E-leaders. If one of them gets rid of the other one, it's going to be an advantage for the other one. We do see the 2 shots trade earlier, but a bucket does go down for inside that paddling pool. So this could be an opportunity for Unlucky to push back in with all their specials. They're going to have the wave breakers already and a big bubbler as well. The wave breaker going to come out real soon. They're being dropped here on the right side of the zone. But we're going to see not Unlucky, paddling poolers try to keep control. Killing the shot right there is a good start. But the bubbler onto the zone is going to help them out. But 2R is dead on the side of Unlucky. It's not going to be enough. Paddling pullers coming back, punching them in the mouth as well, taking a set to a 1-1.
Yes, the paddling pullers, they held on to that quite nicely. And we saw right there at the end, the junior trying to stall that zone out. But even with the bubbler, it just didn't have enough range or a good enough angle to really even stall it out. It's just the zone continued to stay pink and tick down for the paddling pullers. So they were able to take that next match right there. I think definitely getting the 2 down was really what secured it for them.
Yeah, for sure. It's as well, because that big bubble just could have been automatic zone cap, but having 2 people dead, especially being the shot and the 52, having their main painters gone, ultimately was able to shut it down. And Sturgeon Shipyard Zones is more of a winter map to paint as well, so that also helped them there. But we'll be going on to the next one, which is Rainmaker Mincemeat. Used to be, people didn't mind it, but now people are starting to hate it because of how it's built, and I cannot argue it's definitely an annoying map to play on.
You know, you feel like there's 2 options, but most of the time there really is only one. That grate does slow you down quite a bit, and we haven't seen too many teams run the the cans, the juice, for the extra speed. And so more often than not, unless you get a nice wipe, you're going to be seeing a lot of teams take that safer route up the right side because you can paint it.
For sure. And if one team does decide to go with the end jab or anything with the tactical, or they can use it to their full disposal advantage. They can end up going down and immediately respawn and be ready to defend. So I can definitely see it being used a lot here on Rainmaker of all modes. But both these teams, like I said, it's going to be a good match, a very evenly matched. This set can go either way, but the winner will go to winners finals, mind you. And this is a best of 5, so they need to win 3 wins. Both teams has won, but now it's essentially become a best of 3 basically at this point.
Both of those first wins just cancel each other out. But if either one of them's able to win the next 2 matches, that could, as you said, secure their ticket to the finals. But for Rainmaker, it's tough to say. It is going to be pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, for sure. And then both these teams are confirmed top 8 already being in winter semifinals, so a very decent result for them. But I think both these teams care about top 8. They want to win, and we're going to see who wants it more. We're going to see how it goes here. Want to announce that there is a tri-slosher here coming from Phil Stan. Going to use that toxic mist to slow them down and probably get really aggressive with their inkjet up on those platforms. A lot of areas they can take advantage of.
Now bringing out the flames as well, that's an interesting pick right there. The mines are going to be pretty handy for just camping or securing those avenues that the Rainmaker will be pushing, but I didn't see too much of the special charge on them, so they must have something in mind. You definitely see a lot of LDE in play here.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how it goes here. That's pretty much how you always start here on Mincemeat, a straight stalemate coming in from both teams, not wanting to die, knowing that as soon as one of them goes down, it could be a start, could spell a start for push for the other team. We see 2 people just on that left side right there. So the killer wolf is going to target it. Do for the pick on the charger. They're all going to rotate to this right side and ultimately try to find a path and ultimately force the path open right here. They're going to come at the Rainmaker and start moving it right now, especially coming in after ready. They pop the big bowler to defend that right champion, but ultimately will get shot down. The Rainmaker is moving up. We'll try to find a way to that champ point. This tri-slosher does unfortunately go down, but not before the G goes down as well. The Rainmaker will push up and try to get to that champ point. Will it be able to get it up there? No, it will not. Ultimately get shut down by the 52 from the side of Unlucky.
Yeah, the delayed wipe right there, they just weren't able to get enough paint on that pedestal to get up. Unlucky here pushing out, and now that they had the full wipe, they can just immediately start pushing for that checkpoint. We see the Inkzuka getting used on that left side. But the try, bringing out the Toxic Mist, just absolutely throwing it all out, just trying to shut down this right stack here, this right side, but it looks like Unlucky is going to be able to get that first checkpoint.
It is very comforting knowing you got that checkpoint down, because now it's just basically regular Rainmaker for Splatoon 2. You can now just get as many points as you please depending on which way you push. But right now, when you see a good defense set up here for the side of pattern pools, as I say, that 2, 3 do go down, there's just a shot left alive. They are going to be able to pop that Rainmaker. That shot is supposed to jump out. So they're going to pop that Rainmaker and just immediately pick up and try to go for points right here. And we'll get it down to like 48, but that Toxic Mist will slow them down, picking that charge option as I called out earlier. But so they're going to be very patient here, but the Junior being dead will slow them down as well. But 2 people do go down with the side of pattern point. This could be a chance for Unlucky. The charge option isn't a bad position, it's just a shot with that charge. Okay, he has to get the pick, he will not get that pick. And this will also be conceive a lot of points for the side of Unlucky. That Frizzy will go down, he will force forward and get all the way down to 6.
Swooping right through the defense, just able to get it to 6 right there. Not able to touch the checkpoint, so there's still a good chance for Pattern Poolers to bring this back without having to knock it out, but still, that is quite the lead that they secured for themselves. And now, with 2 minutes remaining, all they got to do is sit back and keep them out.
Yeah, for sure. It was just a very nice job for the side of Unlucky being very patient. They're doing it once again. I don't think they want to settle here at 6. I think they want to keep it going. They want to knock it down and possibly get the knockout here. But ultimately, they do have a decent enough lead. They have done enough to ultimately have a chance to win the game. And with only a minute 50 left to go in this game, Paddling Poolers need to start being way more aggressive and find an opening for them to win this game.
Killer Whale does get thrown out here trying to dislodge him, but the splash is still set up on this right side. Inkjet getting popped, but the Bubblers coming out to protect their teammates. They do get the pick off that
nice
charger
shot
right there. And they pick up the Rainmaker, and now they're going to be going once again for the checkpoint, but 2 of the members down is going to be, well, they're going to be able to get the checkpoint, but they're still 2 down. They're going to have to just wait it out a bit.
Well, that is indeed a start. A nice pick there by Nico Chico, able to get the shot out the way and have his teammate have a safe jump in and only get a chance to go. But like I said before, that is a start here for the side of Pattern Point. Getting past that first checkpoint is the beginning of a champion to make a comeback. So now they don't have to worry about getting through there. They can just pick up and go and get points as they please. But with only a minute left to go in this game, it will be very tough. But they do find a way to stick this Rainmaker, but ultimately does get shut down. Nice defense there from Unlucky, not getting caught lacking at all.
See the Junior just set up, keeping control of that Maker. Trying to get a nice pick, and they're going to be trying to go for it once again, but the Junior is going to be shutting them down with the assistant of the splatter shot. The Inkzuka is coming out, taking out the Flingza, so now they're going to be a nice 2v2. 52 trying to push it again, but the Rainmaker does reset, so they're going to have to pop that again as we get into those last 30 seconds.
The Rainmaker resetting is very unfortunate for the side of Paddling Pool. They had an opportunity to get some points and possibly get the lead back, but the Rainmaker resetting back to bed, Unlucky can take a little breath of fresh air knowing that the Rainmaker reset is ultimately going to slow it down. With the Inkback also at the ready, it can be very hard, but ultimately it's being very targeted. This Charger in a very bad spot. Now all the players are left alive here at the top right side. They're going to pop that bubble, they're almost to get the right side. As soon as they go in this game, the Rainmaker cannot afford to go down. They do find a pick here onto the shot. We're finally to go in this game. We need to look for that 52. They do find a pick on that 52. It doesn't Charger energy alive. And we're talking about right there. They're going to try to get the lead, but no!
An excellent pick by the Charger, shutting down that Rainmaker. What a play. That was down to the wire.
God, it was so close. Just the patience coming out for the side of Paddling Poolers. They almost got it. I thought for sure they were going to get it, but the Charger, Yo Shell coming clutch right there with that shot, denying them that lead, and Unlucky probably jumping out their seats, taking a fresh air, just like, whew, you know, like letting out all that stress. And they need to get themselves together for the next game, which is going to be game 4. Both these teams just, it's frustrating. For the side of Paddling Poolers, they're frustrated, but they need to let it go. And for the side of Unlucky, they're letting out a breath of fresh air and need to calm down their heartbeats, calm down their heart rates. I know their hearts are racing right now.
Rainmaker is a very intense mode. It can definitely pick up the drop of a hat. But now we're going to be going over to zones, which is a bit more chill, requires a lot more patience and coordination for this I'm curious to see that. I have a feeling that Paddling Poolers might bring out the Charger again. We did see them pull it out for Surgeon Zones.
Yeah, for sure. And I do expect to see a machine here. There's no reason why, but unless the teams just rather not play with a machine, understandable. But a machine, it can be really good here as well. It has a lot of angles, and then of course the 50 bombs for the zones. And one thing I will say, this is a kind of a mental test. So for the side of Unlucky, they could be overly hyped and go into this, not be patient, and then ultimately end up losing the game. And for the side of Paddling Poolers, it can be really desperate and ultimately end up conceiving the game based on making one or two mistakes based on how that last game went. Because when you lose a game like that in that kind of fashion, it ultimately affects you in the next game and how you play and for decision making. So hopefully none of that happens. We get to see a good match here.
Absolutely.
This is very close. This is so entertaining, and I hope everyone is enjoying watching. I know I'm having a good time watching both these amazingly great teams go at it with each other, going at each other's throats, and we are going into it right now. We're going to see the comps coming in. Reminder that Unlucky wins right here. They will be going to winners final and secure a spot in like a top 3 spot, and then loser will go down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, the Paddling Poolers are going to have to win these next 2 matches in order to bring it back, and we do see that Eva returning, as well as the Junior and the Splatter Shot. The Splash is getting out of no bucket this time around. Very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. We see Philstone going with the Junior instead, often to give his team a little bit more protection. And so we're going to see the zone flip in the favor of Paddling Poolers, but with that big bubbler on the side of Unlucky, they are going to have control of the zone. We're going to see 2 bubbles onto the zone, but ultimately a flake will ultimately get rid of Unlucky, get rid of Paddling Poolers there, and ultimately can see control.
I don't know why. Seeing the one Junior, they left their bubbler and invaded the other Junior's bubbler. It just reminded me of like a pair of geese just getting absolutely territorial.
Yeah, for sure. Ultimately, see a 52 1v1 happen there. We'll go into the favor of player X, ultimately to win that fight. But they do force a recap. Not an earned recap at all. They do just force that recap. And that will be enough to slow it down for just a little bit longer. The shot is going down. A nice flake there from Draco, able to get that down. 3 people down instead of Unlucky, and this could be a chance for Paddling Poolers to start a lockout phase.
If there's a couple points away, they are going to be able to get that lead, and they do have that bubbler online to hold it out for even longer. They just gotta sit tight, watch for those drops, and just be careful of when the Unlucky pops their own specials.
Yeah, for sure. Player X looking for an opportunity to pop that crab tank, get a aggressive push back in. The 52 is dead for the side of Paddling Poolers, but they got to be careful here with this Trizuka 1v1. Ultimately, no one goes down here. They're going to try to push the zone, but the wave breaker will try to slow them down. They do force a recap there. It'll apply, but this is point penalty, so that is good enough for Unlucky for right now. But the Junior is going down, so they will have to give up control of the zone once again. But the 52 does go down as well. But another pick there from Draco, doing a nice job here on that shot. Player X on his crash tank knows Draco's right there. He's going to tell him to get out of there, bro. I know you're there. Get out the way. So ultimately, we'll go down to Drake. Draco is everywhere. This man is like, he's left, he's right. This man is all over the place. He is clutching up for his team. And when trying to look at the ready, he could be very deadly here.
Yeah, we saw the similar situation in previous matches where they weren't able to get that lead before they lost the zone, so adding on that hefty penalty, and Paddling Poolers, they're already through their own penalties, so they're able to add more points to the board and still basically just run out the clock with that lead. Unlucky is going to have to secure the zone, but then also push out Paddling Poolers so they can get those points on the board, because they're still quite a bit away from that lead. We see the flank coming out from Draco once again. They do lose the zone there as they have a bit of a penalty, but still they are able to hold on to it, and they just got to keep on doing this for the remaining of this match.
Yeah, once again, Unlucky just forcing the recap, not even earning it. They need to be wary of Draco just moving all over the place with that. I'm pretty sure he's wearing Ninja Squid on that shot, making it pretty hard for him to track, but knowing he needs to come from the left all the time. His E-leader is in a decent position right now, as well as that crab tank, able to get onto his own. Player X looking in a very dangerous spot position right here, and they do ultimately do not get that recap, and it's an advantage for Paddling Poolers actually, but it will force the recap again. Unlucky just keeps finding a way to recap the zone at a player disadvantage day, and they just keep forcing it upon a little bit more time for them to recover and probably get it to go. But time is running out on the main clock. Only a minute 30 left to go into this game, I'm at.
They're slowly chipping away at the paddling poolers, but the paddling poolers are still able to hold on. We did see Treco sharking in that corner with the Hizuka getting a nice double. But as you said, the Unlucky is still, even with the man disadvantage, is still able to cap that zone. So if they able to keep doing that and then push out once again, just hold on to zone for even longer, they're in a good position to take the zone. But again, just paddling poolers are able to take it right back. We see the several specials getting shot out, and that's the junior going down. That is going to be their main source of paint and defense gone.
Yeah, for sure. And only 15 left to go in this game. I'm looking at it against them fast. Draco needs to be taken care of. He's doing too much work here on this shot. Just ultimately popping off for the side of paddling pullers. Ultimately, is going to push up right now, having no regrets. Going to sit right here into this corner, knowing he's being very sneaky. And with not a lot of penalty points left on this clock and not a lot of time left, I don't think it's any chance I'm looking to get back to the zone at all.
Yeah, that 3 down really cost them the game, but they just completely ran out of time with so little points remaining. So that is going to be game going to the paddling poolers, tying up this set once again, and now both teams are going to be on match point in this last match.
MVP of that game goes to Drago, just doing so much there on that shot, able to take out, being the main slayer there as he is on that shot, using the Trizuka, using the main weapon, using taking advantage of the fact that he's wearing Ninja Squid, and ultimately just doing what he needs to do in order to get his team a win. And now this set being 2-2, we are going to a very intense Game 5. Once again, winner goes to winners finals, and loser will go down to the losers bracket. Neither team wants to do that. And then a final mode is Clan Blitz on what's it, Hammerhead Bridge.
Hammerhead Bridge. Most other modes on Hammerhead, I would say this is going to be E-Leader heaven, but if it claims, it tends to work out a little bit different. I don't know what it is, but the team coordination is definitely going to have to be on point to take this match, as it is clams. But yeah, I haven't seen too many clams on Hammerhead. This is going to be both a fun to watch, but also I'll be taking notes.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see what they go with. Yoshio has options here. Either they can go with the E-Leader or they can go with the regular Charger for that vacuum, which is very, very nice to start and defend pushes here on this map. Considering that there's an alleyway with that ramp up there on your right side, you have to defend. That vacuum could come in handy. And the same thing with the Killer Wells coming out from the 52s, that could be very useful there as well as with the Trizuka. I mean, Trizuka is good everywhere. It really doesn't matter.
I would agree with you there, and you can totally see, as paddling poolers have gone the full frontline comp in Rainmaker there, we could see them coming out for Clampless as well. It's just so open in the middle, it would be rather difficult going up against a backline comp. They could have the flings again to have the missiles on hand, but again, we'll have to see what they are most comfortable with when they're picking their weapons.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see what they decide to go with, what ultimately will be a decision from both these teams. I think the comp difference is going to like be the deciding factor in this Game 5 and to this set. We're only 4 seconds left to go in this game. This is before they go into waiting time. This is it. So winner will advance and will stay on the winner side in winners finals and secure a spot in top 3, and loser will go down. And also have to fight their way back into the top echelon of this tournament.
It's going to be a bit of a stalemate in the game. We do see the flings are making a return, as well as that vanilla bucket. So no backline for the side of the paddling poolers, and we're going to be just seeing them try to go for the aggro comp. Lots of Ninja Squid. You will be expecting the Ninja Squid against an E-Leader like that. We'll have to see. Both teams are going to be going for the clans in this early match, so there's not going to be a whole lot of movement except for perhaps a couple of picks.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that this Felicia pick is a very nice pick for Nico Chico here, knowing that they're going to have a Charger player here to do so. The difference is that the last time they did this, it was tower control. And on tower control, Charger can, even with the missiles, it can still get away with it. But this is Clan Blitz we're talking about. This is Charger's worst mode, without a doubt. And with the help of those missiles, it could be very problematic. We see the Trizuka getting a nice shot there. We're seeing a major advantage for paddling poolers getting a bunch of picks at the very beginning of that game, conceiving map control. But the Wavebreaker is here at the ready for the side of Yosha. We'll be popping that very shortly for defense.
Paddling poolers just got a whole lot of mid in their control right now. They're slowly inching their way up, especially getting thrown out. The Bubbler, the Junior does go down, but the E-Leader is still on hand. They're going to have to watch out for that Wavebreaker. Inksuka, though, coming out and taking down that member, but they do manage to pop that basket. They still have a couple of clans in possession, but not had the chance to put them in the basket.
A very strong defense coming here for the side of Unlucky. Ultimately able to shut down this getting one power clan. That could have been very bad for them. And with only 3 minutes left to go in this game, we're going to see Unlucky try to find a way to take their comp to be able to push up. It's going to be really hard for them with this E-leader. The E-leader needs to find a key pick, and they just can find one. This could be a chance for them to push as the bucket is there right now, forcing the 52 Yaru to jump out right now for the side of Paddling Pool. Nico Chico goes down once again. This could be an opportunity here. Draco is sharking right here with that shot. Also be doing this bomb at the spot swap, but does not get the pick he wanted, and this could be spelled trouble for the side of Paddling Poolers.
Yeah, the roles have been absolutely reversed now. The Unlucky is in control of the mid with Paddling Poolers on the back foot. They're trying to just maintain defense. They did have the advantage where they didn't go 4 down on the end of their push. They still had a couple members to slow down as they were respawning, but they're pushed pretty far back, and they have that E-leader bearing down on them. There's not a whole lot of avenues for them to move. Zuka's getting popped on both sides, and we get one Zuka getting taken out, and the one more special online. So with 3 members down, I don't think Unlucky is going to want to push at this point.
Yeah, ultimately using special to force out the players of Unlucky. Very nice job there as well. But ultimately, they do go 2 there. They can find a pick here onto that bucket. This could spell trouble for them. But Philstead able to find a pick on one of the players. Philstead can find a pick here. He does not, unfortunately, but will do enough to stall it out pretty much for his player and for the Freezer to come back. This 52 will be forced to survive here, and ultimately will go down to trade that shot. And I think they will take them trade for the side of Paddling Poolers. Now, the 2 situation right here is a very close game. 3 down, there's just the bucket left alive, but that spot bomb will be trouble. And ultimately, he does take out the 52. A very snowballing back and forth game coming out here. I don't know who's going to win.
We're down to the last 2 minutes. It's entirely possible that this one push by the Paddling Poolers will spell their victory, but with how many clans Unlucky has online, if they just get one opening, that could be the lead in their favor.
Yeah, but these misses are pretty much slowing us down from moving up anywhere at all. The shot goes down, the E-leader goes down, and ultimately be forced to back out. Paddling Poolers will take advantage of that and will regain mid control as well. They are going to try to fight this junior, being very aggressive right here. Ultimately, will not get that pick. Oh my goodness, Moto using that mobility of the junior to stay alive. Able to find a pick there on the shot as well. It's very huge. Only a minute left to go into this game. Unlucky needs to make sure they have it fast. You just need a power climb and one climb to get the lead back. They do find the 52 over here on this left side. They will push them both together on this left side as well. Having control of mid as well. But the missiles once again coming out, forcing them out. And Unlucky will be going 2 dead with only 50 to go in this game. We're going to see Paddling Poolers actually be very aggressive. Draco being pushing right now, gets a pick on the E-leader. This could be a chance to get more points here on the board. They need to make a power climb, and I think they will, and they will try. But no, they're not throwing the clams to Nico. They didn't throw the clams. They didn't make the clams. They do make one now, and they make it. But unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. That is not the push that Paddling Poolers was looking for.
They had so many clams on hand, but because they activated their specials too soon before they could pool together for that power climb, they were just stuck throwing out specials without an open basket. They did get enough to extend their lead by a little bit, so now Unlucky will have to do a little bit more than a power climb and a clam, but they went almost 3 members down there, so that's going to be unfortunate as Unlucky is now pushed up into mid and have several specials online for this push.
If they want to win the game, they have to do it right now because there are no specials at the rate for Paddling Poolers. The shot is there right now. The bucket also goes down as well. Here comes the missiles right now, able to slow him down. They are going to throw one pocket to do not to anything. Here is player X. He's the last one alive. Can he get the last one in? No, he does not.
A complete wipeout Unlucky. They had 2 power climbs underneath the basket, but one of them got thrown in, the other got taken down before they could even pick it up. And so the Paddling Pooler is going to be taking this semifinal set and moving on to finals.
Player X was so close. He got the first one in. So straight back for the second one. Picked it up. It activated. He wanted to throw it in so bad, but just didn't have enough time before getting killed. And if he got that in, they would have won the game and he would have clutched up for his team. But in a very close set, Paddling Poolers will be taking it 3-2, and they will be going to winners finals. Wow.
unlucky that they got 2 members of Piling Pillars down, but they still had the flings up, and they were able to get their missiles right as they were pushing in. So between all the confusion and the squid streaming and trying to throw in the clams, the missiles completely shredded them down, and player X was left alone, and the bucket and the flink just cleaned up after that.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate setting for the side of Unlucky, but hopefully we get to see them later. But this will be the end of our commentary. I'm at, and we'll take you guys to a short break very shortly. Where can the people find you? I'm at.
Well, you can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at I'mMadGamerII. I recently updated all my tags, so they should match up. But yes, I do a lot of Splatoon content, especially on the Twitch side, and hopefully more so on the YouTube side coming up. But where can the good people find you, my friend?
You can find me on Twitch being really stupid at Stormy Senpai 2. You can find my YouTube content where I cuss a lot for no reason at Stormy Senpai if you're interested in that. And it's been very fun commentating. We will have another lovely set of commentators coming to you after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You are watching Paddling Pool 188 on Dapple Productions.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 188. I am your host and am being joined again by ASET as we are moving on to the winners finals here. Penguin, known for being a pretty strong team, really good results in the past few paddling pools, going up against the paddling poolers. Branding's good. They're trying to use the tournament in order to really harness that energy. I haven't seen their game. I've been doing tests, but we're gonna have to wait and see as we move on to Splatoon's Mako Mart. ASET, how are you feeling on this?
Pretty good. Zones Mako is known to be a pretty standard map, generally. Especially in Splatoon 2, it was ran all the time. It's also ran a lot in this game. Mako Mart has ran a lot in general, but it's a very good map indeed. Very good for a large variety of weapons. Nothing really feels like it can't work here. You can pretty much run anything here. But starting off the bat, we have an E-liter comp coming from the side of... We don't have the light on the stream. Coming from the side of... Oh, the colors are off. I don't know who's... I don't know who that's on, but...
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we see here, the shot...
Penguin does go 2 down off the bat.
Yeah, as we see here, it is 2 down on the side of Penguin again. It is just a machine and the splash left alive, but now we're in a 2v2. As Philstan is pretty weak right now, has to back up. They almost have their triple ink strike ready. Pretty good for displacement, but that doesn't matter as they get picked off. Same thing with the Gal. These teams keep going 2 down. It is basically a back and forth as Draco gets a pick on that other splatter shot, but the machine sees him. Can the machine avenge their fallen friend? Yes, they can, but they are fallen now too from the E-liter as the triple ink strike and Wavebreaker are coming out. Both teams are putting out specials. We see 10 missiles coming out. Why do they have to come back? Beats me. Philstan coming in on that right side, trying to see if they can pick off that machine, but can't really find anything. As Penguin is just going to try to paint this zone, but Yaru putting that paint on that zone, keep going, somehow trying to flip it back, 2 down on Penguin, but the paint shot is capping, and that is a full wipeout on Penguin as paddling poolers. This is their opportunity to step it up, push up, and get some picks.
Yeah, Penguin is running a backline-less comp against an E-liter, so them wiping there wasn't too out of the blue since they didn't have a backline. Which can leave you wiping a lot easier since you don't have someone playing back, playing safe, keeping you guys pretty much with a human safety net, I guess Inkling. And so Penguin is going to have to try to work to try to move that E-liter, since if they don't, that leader can kind of kill them uncontested. They don't really have the range to contest it. But we see a flank on the Flingza roller, getting 2-3 down on Penguin's side, with paddling pullers back in control of the zone. Just as this machine left to defend, and they do manage to get that splatter shot out from under there. But they can't do much more. And oh, Penguin has a DC right off the bat. Are they gonna play through this?
Yeah, at this point they need to play through this. It's already far enough. So they're just gonna have to go through. This is a huge disadvantage for Penguin.
Unfortunate.
As I'm pretty sure that was their machine that you see. So yeah, no, machine is really good in this meta right now. And now, not only do you only have 3 members, but it's just the machine. Final 10 is about to approach. Not looking good. It is just the Flingza. But they can't do anything against a against the Trizuka. And that's going to be it. Truly tragic as paddling poolers take that first game.
That is unfortunate there. Yeah, that was not fantastic. But as for Machine being very meta right now, I do believe it is starting to fall off just a little bit. And Nintendo nerfed it pretty much in just the right way to knock it down a little bit without pushing it out of the meta completely. Which I think is very great. It's very great that it's still in a healthy spot for the meta, and they didn't over-nerf it like Nintendo has done in the past with some meta weapons.
Yeah, all they did pretty much was just nerf Fizzy by making it a little longer to recover ink and making its special more costly. Which, you know, one of the big things about Machine was getting Booyah Bomb pretty efficiently because it was pretty much just say, oh no, I'm about to die, a no die button. But now you can't get that as often. And of course, Fizzy Spam is a little bit nerfed. It's still really good, but not in the spot that it was, you know, like a few weeks ago.
I think the real thing to really toned down machine fully is just a last-ditch effort nerf. I feel like a last-ditch effort nerf would, in fact, make machine less powerful, as being fairly incongruous is one of its biggest weaknesses. It leaves it with a lot more downtime, and it makes it even slower than it already is. But when you have last-ditch effort, then that restriction is pretty much removed, as you have a pretty insane amount of ink management in general on your build. More than an entire gear build's worth of ink management. So that does lead it to be that does lead itself to being really strong, especially on something like zones, where you frequently see that timer go below 30. And that's but it is so powerful that it does work in other modes. I think a lot of the competitive community is kind of just waiting for that last-ditch effort nerf, because it does seem inevitable at this point. It's been completely broken since Splatoon 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't nerf it between 2 and 3. You would think that Nintendo would be like, this ability is really good, and going from 2 to 3, you know, we saw main power-up get erased from existence, basically. I mean, there's a little bit of remnants with, you know, intensify action having that jump RNG. There were some weapons that had that as their NPU benefit, so it's technically still got some power, but it's not as crazy as before. So I'm surprised they kept LD like that, because also, like, bomb defense doesn't protect you against specials too.
I do think Nintendo was just being very safe with its balancing, making sure to touch as little as possible going into the new game, touching barely any main weapon balance, touching barely any of the abilities at all, really. And I think that probably was the right play, since the game is still very balanced. We'll just have to see what they do with the next season, how hard they go on the patches. If they're still scared to change much about the game, or if they're fine with changing a lot at once. We'll see how those balance patches go. But we are headed into the next round. It's Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. Yet another Splatoon 2 map mode combination, so we are familiar with this, just a little different. But we are headed into the game now.
Yeah, let's see what we got for the comps here on this side. On Penguin, of course, got the machine. We got the splash, no really backline weapon. And on the other side, paddling pullers, we have, you know, Gal Shot, the Vanilla Slosher, and the Flings Up. A lot of really good weapons coming out here. Of course, something to note is soaring with that Junior. Having that big bubbler is going to be essential in a mode like Tower Control. Putting that big bubbler and denying anybody on picking them off, which is also why I hate Tower Control right now.
Penguin does go 3 down pretty much right off the bat, with a kind of disastrous opening for them. Paddling Pullers taking a very dominant position in the opening, dropping their backline in favor for more aggression against their quad frontline comp. We're going to have to see how it works out for them, since we don't have a single backline in the game. So we will see lots of wipeouts happening. Penguin wiping out first, leaving Paddling Pullers with yet again another devastating push. Continuing it even further than they have. The missiles coming out going to just make this situation worse for Penguin, who's just throwing bombs at Tower. And it does look like it is working out. We're just going to have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, as you see Warlock coming out with that triple Trizuka, but it's going to go down to that Killer Whale. Soren trying to be aggressive here, trying to pick off as many people as they can. They're down to 5. It's just the Slosher left, but that is a huge first push. Huge first push. We saw there, the Slosher is now down. That's the end of their push. But going from 100 to 5 in basically the first minute and a half is huge. And Penguin has got to respond heavily. They got to get picks. They got to get turf. They got to get objective. They got to make sure that they get these 3 things. And they got it. As we see Yaru getting taken down by Cam, pushing in, literally just goes past Draco. As Draco's in that corner, going to get beaten to a pulp. As Cam misses the ink rail, falling down, but we see the shot going, just staying down there. Seeing their buddy Booyah Bomb. Nico just trying to stay alive there, not trying to aggress. First checkpoint down, as we see Warlock getting a pick on the Flingza. Their triple, the Trizuka is almost ready. I don't know why I can't say it. But as we see, it picks off the Slosher, trying to get anybody else, but no, and their teammate goes down. Oh, it's just the Junior. Can they at least get the second checkpoint? Yes, they do, but it is not looking good for them. It is just them, and they get picked off. A good first answer getting to 43, but they need more.
That push is exactly what Penguin wants to see right now. And Paddling Pulleys goes 2 down yet again. They might be able to extend this
3
push.
down!
3 down. It's just the flings of there. Being the anchor roll with those missiles, trying to just stay alive right now, getting support from their team. But they will start being rushed right now. With 3 of them in bats, though, it doesn't look like it ends up very well for that machine. With Penguin going 2 down for now, but coming back out of spawn very quickly. That does look like it's going to put a speed bump in their push for now, but Penguin is still getting picked. Still trying to make this push work because they only have 2 minutes to essentially KO. But with only one checkpoint left, it could happen.
I realistically could see this working. Of course, Penguin just got to get that push in, but that junior is down. That is not good. That is a big team player. That's your tower rider. As we see 2 down, this gal is going absolutely feral as they are pushing in Warlock down. It is the tables have turned, and paddling poolers are pushing up yet again. We see Philstan taking that right stack, but the crab tank is coming down. Of course, being really good at applying pressure to the enemy team, denying areas. People see it as an aggressive special, but I also see it as a good displacement special too, as it could just deny you space by just shooting just its presence. As we see Warlock going on that left side, going near the tower, picks off the flings a good there, but their friend just went down. Who was it though? Who was it? Who's right there? Is that the gal? It's the gal, as Warlock is just trying to pick them off. That's the triple trizuka. They could use it here. I keep calling it the triple trizuka. I don't know why. I've only done that today. I've only done that.
But Penguin does look like they are starting to get a foothold on paddling pulleys. They only have about 47 seconds left, and they have to push pretty far. They have to push pretty much all the way up into paddling pulleys' spawn and take the tower with them. So they cannot afford to waste time here. But paddling pulleys is going to try and defend this, but they do end up going 1 down here. With Penguin up on the numbers for now, but they have to make something happen, and they have to make it happen fast. The splatter shot goes down on Paddling Pulleys' side, with the flings the roller potentially going down here as well. The machine goes down on Penguin's side, but more people are going down on Paddling Pulleys' side. This is just the spiral that they want. The big bubble is going to get them just a little bit further, along with that crab tank. The splash going in with the crab tank, using that to get into their bats, take space. They only need to stay on tower for just a little bit longer, but it doesn't happen. Paddling Pullers stopping that push at about 7 is going to shut them down and leave them 0-2 in winners finals. This is not looking great for them.
They almost had it, but I feel like there's 2 things that didn't do well here. First off, I noticed that placement of the big bubbler. Sure, it's good on the tower, but I feel like they did it too early. 2 down on the other team. Plus, not at the checkpoint yet. Maybe should have waited a little bit before using it. They left the gal alone.
Yeah, they just needed a little bit more mileage there, and they couldn't quite get that out of it. I think if they'd played their specials a little bit better there, using them a little bit more space out to control the tower for longer, since they did have an advantage, I think they definitely could have gotten lead there. But that was a very good performance from both teams here.
Yeah, no. We saw their Penguin, even though at the start they went down to 5. They had to get basically to 4 or knockout to win. They almost got it, which is really good. Yeah. They were pressured for a lot of the match, but they also were able to put the pressure on paddling poolers, which was definitely good to do. But of course now, if Penguin wants to see grand finals, they want to win this match, they got a reverse sweep. I mean, of course they can always go, they could go crazy in losers. But if they want a more safe approach, they might want a reverse sweep here, which is going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah, reverse sweep here is going to be hard to see, but definitely doable. Penguin has shown that they can contest paddling poolers, and that they can get very close to winning these games. Even though paddling poolers had a very dominant push at the start, Penguin was pretty much on them for the rest of that game. On the attack, pretty much always having them in some sort of disadvantage. So if they play this right, if they don't let that big push happen at the very start of the game, then they can dominate paddling pullers fairly well here, I believe. So we're going to have to see if they can do this. Both of their falters with the disconnect and the very close game. This is by no means a lost cause.
No, I Penguin can pull this back. I feel like they can. But of course, the first element of this is going to be the map mode, which is going to be Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market.
Ooh, this is definitely one of the best maps in the game by the competitive community. I think it might be the most voted for map in what I believe was Dapple Productions' giant like map poll that they did a while back. That I think I saw that on Twitter. But
Yeah.
Hagglefish Market was up there as like the best map in the game, if I remember correctly. And I couldn't agree more. This map is a blast to play on. It's really fun. Those flanks are super refreshing. Instead of just the single path through mid, you can now flank the backline, which is something that you can't do on a lot of other maps in Splatoon 3.
Yeah, no, of course that flanking position to try to get that back line is a little tough, especially because you got to go for the whole team or you got to be really sneaky. We are seeing some comps here. Only one team is going to run the Flingza, this time being Penguin, instead of Paddling Poolers also having the shot, the splash, and the machine. And on Paddling Poolers, we're seeing the E-Leader come out again, of course, this being a really good map for backlines. And also we got the Junior there along with the shot and the Gal. It seems the Junior and the Flingza has swapped comps, so we're just going to have to wait and see on what happens here.
Yeah, it's very interesting. These guys are kind of trading back and forth their backline, which is not something you usually see. You usually see teams stick with backless or backline. And especially you don't usually see the opposite team running backline than what they were in the first game. When you are seeing a backless team fight a backline team. But Paddling Poolers does go 2 down. They're starting with their E-Leader, which is very bad, leading to actually a wipe on Paddling Poolers' side. A fairly delayed one at that, which is why we didn't get the wipeout message, but they did all get sent back to their spawn at the same time, which is not what they want to see. Now they have to push back in, and they're the ones with the backline. So pushing in is going to be fairly hard, but then again, they don't have a backline that they need to push into, which is going to make their job a little bit easier.
Yeah, of course, getting down to 40, what's going to happen here is they got to get specials in there and they got to pick off Penguin as we see the machine goes down, but not before taking their Booyah Bomb onto the map. As we see the Flingza just staying back, just trying to paint as much as they can. The Junior just sitting in the big bubbler, sees another on their right and is trying not to get picked off. Paddling Poolers could paint it here, but Penguin is not giving it up so easy. Takes it back. Cam on that right side, getting a perfect snipe on that shot. It is down to single digits. Can they do it? Can they outpaint Paddling Poolers? Can they do it? It is so close.
Oh my god!
And Paddling Poolers takes the zone back. The missile's not really doing much because of the protection from the big bubbler. Could be their chance to bring it back. They have got a big penalty on Penguin. They're saying you're not going down that easy, but a Booyah Bomb is going to come out from the machine. Good pressure on their part as Noah is trying to take out Phil Stan. There goes the Junior trying to take. You're going to take a baby water toy to a gunfight. What are you doing? But as we see here, the Trizuka coming out from Warlock doesn't find their pick, but they are going to try to push in as the Crab Tank is putting on really good aggression here, trying to make sure nobody peeks them. But somebody tried and they got basically slapped for even attempting anything.
Oh, but Paddling Poolers does end up going 1 down. They are coming out of spawn, but this is going to give Penguin the chance that they need to try and get this push up and try and push them out of the zone. Stop the painting battle that's been going on and get a firm advantage. So we're going to have to see if this happens. Specials coming out from both sides. Penguin still in control of the zone, but Paddling Poolers very close to it. We do see somebody on the flank here trying to wait for someone to get pushed up, but they do get picked out by the machine and end up trading, which isn't what they want to see when Penguin is in control of the zone. The zone does flip, but it's still a painting battle happening in mid right now. The mistimed missiles, though, are going to be fairly bad for them, leading to them going 2 down, and Paddling Poolers finally getting their advantage, getting the advantage they want to see. Now they have the backline on defense, and Penguin is going to have to push into them, which is not very good for them.
Yeah, no more penalty for Paddling Poolers, and the roles are reversed. Now they're the ones aggressing, but the Gal is going to go down. Same with the leader, the Trizuka going absolutely crazy. The Gal is 10 and missile, not the Gal, the shot, as they're going to get picked off. Thorin pushing in. It's 3 down, basically delayed the wipeout. as we saw that leader get picked off earlier. So they had the aggression, but they could not find the picks. As Penguin is saying, we are not giving up that easily. As Noah is waiting behind these blocks here, waiting for the perfect time to go in and strike, as they're not sure what to do, but Noah's going to get a little damage by that Splat Bomb. Have to go back. We see Pattern Coolers have all their specials, and they're starting to use them. The Killer Whale, the Wave Breaker, the Tri-Stuka, all they have. No, but they couldn't get the Big Bubbler, and that's game!
Oh, they didn't have the time for that. They almost got that. We saw the zone nearly neutralized, which would have given them just the amount of time that they needed to potentially cap it back. But no, we see Penguin take that zone and secure the win for them, starting on a potential reverse sweep. But now they have to fight through two counter picks, tuned specifically against them. Given that both teams have been swapping backlines, though, it's not going to be easy to choose a counter pick. Just, oh, this map is good for backline. Oh, this map is bad for backline. You have to be a little smarter than that here, since either team can just whip out a backline if they need.
Yeah. Of course, a notable backline map is Mincemeat. Man, it's sad what happened to Mincemeat. I used to love that map when we first played it, but the more and more time went on, the more and more people found out about the whole backline exploit, especially with E-Leader, and it caused me to enjoy it less and less. I don't like fighting against E-Leaders, but it's not because I don't know how to counter them. It's that I have an all-tacticooler weapon pool, and they have Respawn Punisher. So, yeah, they're my perfect counter.
Tacticooler weapon pool is a little unfortunate right now, given Respawn Punisher and Leader just being so prominent in the meta. But it is... I think it is a little sad, because Tacticooler is a very cool special, and I think Respawn Punisher completely nullifying it might be a little too extreme. It is a very good reward, though, for fighting zombie comps like that. So it is a good counter as long as you're careful against that E-Leader. So there's some back and forth involved a little bit at least, but yeah, that is a little unfortunate. But we're gonna have to see what map these guys bring up next. We can see that they're thinking very hard about this, because they don't want to let Penguin win this one. Because if Penguin wins this one, then that is 2-2, and that is not what Paddling Poolers wants to see, because that could mean Penguin gets the win and gets the reverse sweep if they win this game. And at that point, it is essentially a 50-50, given that these teams are fairly close. So it is going to be a fairly bad situation for Paddling Poolers if they lose this one. So they're just thinking very hard about their counter pick right now.
Yeah, they gotta think really long and hard on pretty much what they want to do, what mode, what map, what would work best for their comp, and they also gotta make sure they don't get caught lacking, as they did in that last match. But we are seeing some changes starting to, I did see the mode do a little swoosh. It is Splat Zones once again, but this time we are going on Museum del Fancino.
Ooh, Museum Zones is a very good map. Also, it's pretty much the only Splatoon 1 map that didn't get completely massacred going into the new game. So it's a very different feel from all the other maps in this game, but it is refreshing. Definitely does feel like its Splatoon 1 counterpart, more so than Hammerhead feels like Hammerhead, or Mahi Mahi feels like Mahi Mahi. It's a little sad what they did to those maps, but this map is still pretty good. So we're just gonna have to see how this plays out.
And no, Museum is still good, but as we're seeing the comps here from the side of Penguin, pretty much keeping it virtually unchanged. But on Paddling Poolers, they are pulling out the Flingza 2 and the Slosher with turns. No Junior, no Leader. It is missiles versus missiles.
What happened to the Leader? This is like a textbook Leader map. That's very strange that neither of the teams ran E-Leader. But we're gonna have to see how this plays out with quad frontline on both sides. We are going to be yet again very susceptible to team wipes. This could end up just being a fist fight in mid. But both teams seem to be playing fairly safe back. Those Flingza rollers acting kind of like anchors. But it is just the Flingza roller on Penguin's side. They go 3 down, but they do get the pick, and they are out of there. They know that they found their value and that they can't stay there. but that means Penguin is going to be pushing into an advantage state, but not if they throw it away like that. The machine pushes in a little bit too far and gets picked off. We see an Zuka coming out, and it does get a pick on the Flings Roller. Crab Tank coming out as well, getting another pick. Potentially a third one going down. There is a 52 gal there that no one saw, and it does end up catching the splash out and getting that trade. This is not fantastic for Penguin right now. They are going down, and they still do not have lead.
Yeah, no, they don't have lead yet, but Noah is trying to make a little bit of a flanking maneuver, but they get caught, and they just gotta get out of there. But they know where Noah is, so he's just gotta make sure he is safe. But that flings a season 2. Not looking good right now for Penguin, as Paddling Poolers is zoning them out really well, but the Booyah Bomb is going to come out. Try to see if they can find anything. Not really, but the Crab Tank is coming out too. That's going to be really good pressure, but not enough pressure that a triple Ink Strike can't do. Really good displacement. 10 missiles coming out from Penguin. It is a special bonanza, as we saw the Trizuka just ended there too, as Penguin takes the zone back. Now they got to pick off some members of Paddling Poolers. As 3 go down, it's pretty much just the Flingza, but the 2 down on side of Penguin. It is just the shot and the splash for them, as the gal is aggressing on that spinner. Might take the zone back here just as Penguin got out of their penalty, but the gal's gonna go down. Somehow not cap zone, and there they go. Penguin gets it, but Noah is in a pretty bad spot against that shot, but that shot gets countered and just gets picked off, as they're going to take lead here. Perfect pressure. They're pretty much 2 down as the shot just got revived. Yaru is out of there. They're like, "Come on, 10 missiles? Nah, I'm out."
This is exactly what Penguin wants to see. They just got pretty much a 2-down situation, and they only have 20 points left on the board. Paddling Poolers has to push in very soon, or else they are going to be going into Game 5, which they do not want to do. They neutralize the zone, but it doesn't last for very long. The timer ticking down. They do manage to get the cap, but they have a lot of ground to cover on their way back up. Leaving just the Flingza Roller left to try and survive here, but they are not in a position to live, and that is a wipeout on the side of Penguin. They're going to need to play this very well if they want to get back in here.
Oh no!
All 50 points. 50 points may seem like a lot. It is not that much time, but it does look like they managed to get this. The Flingza Roller being the only one left alive here, they are going to get collapsed on by 2 or 3 people. That was fairly sad for them. But it isn't going. They aren't going. They didn't. No, they're not going to go down without a fight. The Splatter Shot goes down with lag stuck in the Trizuka. And it is pretty much just neutral here. Both teams just fighting for the zone. Yeah. Oh, the Trizuka comes out but gets shredded by the crab.
That is not good for them right now, as we're seeing Paddling Poolers almost done with their penalty, but it's going to be 3 down. It is just the gal on the Splash's tail, putting out that splash ball, and getting picked off by someone else. Last 40 seconds are about to approach, and Penguin has a pretty solid lead. Paddling Poolers have to find their way back in, as the Flingza is trying to take their spinner back from the shot, perfectly pressuring them, but not picking them off. 3 on their spinner, so they have perfect positioning. But what is Noah doing with that splash? I'm not sure what he's doing there, but he's trying something.
Oh, that is a nasty shark.
Oh, does it get anybody?
Oh,
let's see.
It gets one.
But I don't think it's gonna get anybody else. It is 2-2. As they're just trying to paint the zone. Of course, Flings are having really good painting power. It is just this machine. They cannot paint it. As we see Flingza in the middle of the zone, trying to be aggressive here, but trying to back out to the bucket is on the spinner. It is just going to be perfect aggression from Paddling Poolers if they want to take it. They're keeping the zone, but they're 2 down. Coming out, the Flingza dies on the side of Penguin, but that doesn't matter. It is 2-2. We are going to a Game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, yeah, this could very well be a reverse sweep in progress. Penguin just needs 1 more game for this reverse sweep. Then again, they do have to play yet another counter pick. But this is not looking good for Paddling Poolers. This is not what they wanted to see going into Game 5 when they were 2-0.
Yeah, no, they started out strong, but now they are starting to see that they are not doing so hot. They gotta change. They gotta change something around. That's gonna be, they're not sure. But of course, we're gonna have to wait on this final map mode. It is the choice of paddling poolers what they want to see, and of course, going down on their counter pick is going to be pretty disheartening, but they got to make sure that they come back and they be aggressive this time around, because if they don't, they will let Penguin get a reverse sweep.
And now they've seen that, I'm assuming they thought that Penguin was not great at zones, since they counterpicked zones twice, but Penguin has shown that they can play zones fine. And so paddling poolers is going to have to, they have to ask themselves the question, do we pick zones again? Do we try it again? See if they falter yet again? Because it seems that paddling poolers wants to play spot zones really badly, but Penguin can also play spot zones really well. And so we're going to have to see if they try to pick it a third time or if they go for something else. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Clam Blitz, given how that mode is very... It is map control dependent in the same way that zones is, but it has that kind of objective of Rainmaker where you have to take someone and push them pretty far. But pretty much with your entire team holding the objective, you have to get a lot further in there with your entire team instead of just one person.
Yeah, and of course, if they get a handle on that, and it'll be pretty simple. Again, we're still waiting, but while we are waiting, we have seen, you know, certain weapons getting played over and over. We've seen the shot, the machine. We've seen Philstan with the signature slosher. Of course, Flingza as being the pretty much the 10 missile weapon right now. Though it did get nerfed a little bit in the recent patch, but of course, people were already running special charge up on that thing. So what's a little more?
Yeah, while that is the case, I did cast a set where a team was running double Flingza Roller, or they were running Flingza Roller double machine, I think, and they lost the game because all of their specials kept coming out just a couple seconds too late. That 10 points for special, if that nerf hadn't been there, then they could have won the game. So that 10 points for special does matter. Those several seconds of waiting for your special can make an impact when you keep using your special just a couple seconds too late. It can feel really bad. But it does look like we do have another map mode up here, and we are, in fact, going to see Clam Blitz Hammerhead. We are seeing Clam Blitz here. We're going to have to see how this works out for paddling poolers, if they can get this. Because I don't think they're comfortable playing zones anymore. I think they're betting on the fact that they can play clams better than Penguin. So we're going to have to see how Penguin responds.
Now, this being a linear map, it's basically just whoever gets the better push at the start wins. But of course, this is Clam Blitz, where you gotta have an effective train going on, getting clams in and keeping that pressure. So it might be a little bit more hard to keep that lockout on Hammerhead, but it is still an easy map to have that lockout period. Of course, stuff, I wanted, Dapples, play Dapples. That'd be cool. I love playing Dapple dualies on this map. They're a lot of fun, especially because it's so easy to place beacons, really good beacon placements. I think, yeah, those good. Those, use them.
It seems like Dapples would have a pretty hard time getting in on a map that's this long and flat, but I'll take your word for it.
It's actually really easy for them to push up, place beacons in corners, because if they get picked off, they can just jump right back in and continue the pressure. But of course, Tacticooler being that good special of just pretty much negating all repercussions of being picked off.
Yeah, it does look like we are headed back in to Game 5. Not what paddling pullers wanted to see, but we're going to have to see if they can keep their calm and hold their ground. And get this Game 5 and deny that reverse sweep from Penguin. But Penguin, we're going to have to see if they can get that reverse sweep. If they can pull it, if they can complete it, pull it back together and just reverse sweep that.
Of course, seeing the comps here, we do have the 10 missiles, of course, being prolific, coming from paddling poolers with the Flingza. And of course, on the other side on Penguin, we got the Junior Splash Shot Machine comp. As we see here, Cam has their Booyah Bomb at the ready. The Tri-Seeker coming out from Draco, picking up the other shot. As the triple Ink Strike is already coming in. No, I only saw one because it is free down for paddling poolers. All we have is a Flingza with their missiles as they're going to put out their missiles what's going to happen here? Of course, forcing Penguin to play a bit more back because of those missiles. But the crab tank is coming out. There goes the flings up. Bye-bye. As the Gal gets kicked off, 2-2 down. Noah is pushing in there. It is just a shot and the bucket. As we see there, they have broken the basket, and it is time to score as Cam has 7. They get so many in. 56, 2 down. This might not be good for Penguin as the junior, as Soren is trying to get in there, but probably isn't the best bet to do that as they are backing off into their basket area too. The missiles coming out. The Gal is down, and the shot has 2 more to go until they have a super clam. As we can see, here comes the triple Trizuka. I did it again, but there goes Draco. I was doing so well. But as we see here, 2 down on the side of Paddling Coolers. Pretty brutal. Warlock coming in. There's another crab tank almost out from Noah. That's crazy.
This is not what Paddling Coolers wants to see here. Especially on their counter pick. With Penguin going in for their second push in a row, it seems. Getting 2 down on Paddling Coolers yet again. This is going to be a fairly successful push. Those missiles are going to make things just a little bit more complicated. With that Flames up pushing in with them, going aggressive, and pushing Penguin all the way back into mid. They do have a lot of clams still, and they are going to be able to hold that mid and keep them out. But are they going to be able to get some picks off of it and extend it into yet again another push? We're going to have to see.
See, Philstan is basically getting bombarded by bombs, and there they go, but actually to the machine instead of all those splat bombs from that junior. As we see Cam on that left side with Soren, they almost have their Booyah Bomb, but the Tri-Super comes out from Draco, trying to see if they can find any picks, but that is going to be a no. As Nico sees the machine, there they go, and they're just trying to get clams right now. They just need 2 more for a super, but Penguin is just trying to keep that aggression, of course, with the bombs, with their specials. We do have, wait, they threw their super clam off the edge of the map as Noah is trying to get some aggression with that crab tank. I guess that's a play I don't know to make. That was pretty weird. But as we see, Cam goes down to the Gal, 2 down, 3 down. It is just the junior. This is their time to push. This is their moment.
This is very good for Paddling Pullers. This is probably exactly why they counterpicked this map. They do get the lead and fairly late into the game with only 1:30 left, and them still on the push. Penguin is going to have to work fast here to get anything done, but they do still have a decent amount of time. They have that pity clam, and they have mid control with Paddling Pullers going 3 down. Leaving just the 52 Gal there, which has backed up, so they are pushed pretty much all the way back into their spawn. Penguin has more than enough clams to take back this lead. So if Paddling Pullers goes down here, this could end up disastrously for them, and taking away their lead as soon as they get it. But the Flings of Roller, keeping that hard defense, keeping them out of there, it is going to be very good for them. The Flings goes down, but the Crab Tank also goes down. It's still 3-on-3. It's anyone's game here. We're going to have to see who gets these picks first and who pushes in. But it's still just being held in neutral. Only 30 seconds left with another 20 seconds of overtime potentially on top. Penguin does not have much time to push in here, but they have the tools to get lead here if they can do it. Both teams are super desperate here. This is grand finals, and it's all coming down to this one push here of whether or not Penguin can actually get in here. Because they do have the resources to get the lead here and take this set, finish the reverse sweep. We're going to have to see what happens. It's down to the wire.
We see Warlock trying to go on that right side. It is now overtime time. As we see, they just need 1 clam. This shot just needs 1 clam in order to get it, but they can't find the one. They have to get in. They get something in. Throw clam time. Just throw clam time. Can they get this reverse sweep? And they do! The big bubbler being so instrumental, giving them that protection as Penguin just had a reverse sweep down to the last possible second against Paddling Coolers, and they are moving on to grand finals. That was fucking insane.
Whew, that was insane indeed. That was not what Paddling Pullers wanted to see, but that is Penguin's rightful reverse sweep. Starting off with an unfortunate DC, taking it all the way back around into that reverse sweep. That is exactly what they wanted to see. That will knock paddling pulleys down into losers. They will have to try to find a redemption bracket. Try to redeem themselves and go all the way back up, potentially fighting Penguin again. This is not what they wanted to see, but it does look like we are going to be going on a short break, and then we're gonna have to, yeah, we are gonna be going on a short break right now. So we will see you guys then.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our captain forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back to Paddling Pool 188. I'm Asec, joined here by NM, and we are headed into, I believe this is Losers Finals, if I know the name bracket. The name of the
we are
bracket.
in losers. We are in losers semis.
Semis, okay. I'm still learning how double elimination works.
Oh, good. But yeah, we are in loser semifinals right now. We have Unlucky versus Duck.hee, as we are going into a best of 3, starting off with Rainmaker Scorch Gorge.
This is definitely kind of a strange map. I know that there have been some controversies around Scorch Gorge and of how good of a map it is, but it's definitely passable in terms of the maps we have now, I think. It's not very great, but it's not very offensive either in any way. I don't think. It's a little strange. It's just a little sus.
I mean, yeah, it transforms into another map in Splat Zones, being a callback to the titular Kelp Dome, and tower control could be better. But I feel like Rainmaker and Clam Blitz are good on this map, especially Rainmaker, so it's nice seeing them.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out. It does seem like we are heading into the game very shortly. But we have seen Unlucky is here from a very unlucky loss in Game 5. So we're gonna have to see how that's affected them, and if they can come back, because that would be a very good redemption to see them come back from that very unfortunate loss. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, coming out to the comps here, we do have, of course, a Junior and a Shot on both sides. On the teal side, we do see the Splat Charger, of course, from Unlucky, and the 52 Gal. And on the other side, we have a Heavy and a Machine. So they have one aggressive and one backline, but which one is going to be the better comp? Just have to wait and see here, as the Shot was trying to pick somebody off, but they got shoot out pretty fast by the Heavy, as LLZ is just staying over there while we see the Gal almost at their Killer Whale trying to pressure Uton, but there is the Booyah Bomb coming down from the sky as the Gal is going to get taken out here. 2 down on the side of Unlucky. This is the chance for Duck.hee to push up, as we see Yoshin with the Rainmaker coming up here, shredding the 90s, shredding the 80s, and getting that checkpoint easy. 2 down on the side of Unlucky. Truly unlucky right now, as Yoshin takes the Rainmaker again. The big bubbler is coming out from their side, and that Junior is trying to pick off Yoshin, but not before Yoshin gets all the way to 40. Really good. It is just the Machine. Never mind, it is not the Machine, as Unlucky has a pretty good opportunity here to push back up and make sure they get it. Picking up the Rainmaker here, surprisingly, from the Charger. I was imagining they were going to use the Impact to, pressure alongside the Rainmaker, making them a little untouchable, but I could see how that's a little slow in terms of movement, as Cobb is moving up here, getting pressured a little back, but not before popping a Booyah Bomb on the Rainmaker, putting them basically in a corner, and that is the Shot coming out to aggress them, somehow living that shot, as it was the Junior, my bad, that was the Junior, that is even more embarrassing, as Reclaimer is pushing in there, getting the Splat Bombs. There's another bomb coming out, but no matter, they are staying alive, as we see the Heavy popping the Wave Breaker, getting that middle, of course, situated for them to push, but not before Killer Whale coming out from player here, as they do get popped. They want to be more aggressive here, as they gotta get through check and make it all the way to at least 39 in order to get that win, at least for now, as Yoshin and Cobb are making pretty good pressure, taking out the Junior, as we see player trying to go there, but no, the Machine gets them behind their splash wall. 3 down, it's just the Splat Charger.
That was a collat. The Charger just got a collateral on them, but that is still going to be Duck.hee pushing yet again. That big bubbler not being quite as useful as Unlucky's big bubbler was last time. The big bubbler still is being incredibly useful in stopping that Rainmaker from pushing, because you really cannot deal with someone standing in there pressuring you. Oh, but it doesn't matter, because Duck.hee is potentially going to KO right now, waiting for that Booyah Bomb to dunk it. And they do dunk it indeed.
Even though they're still carrying it, but either way, that is the first win going to Duck.hee. putting out the perfect aggression, making sure nobody could pick off their members. Even when they went down, they still were able to keep pressure in mid-side. And Unlucky was never able to clap back with anything. As we saw, yeah, they just went crazy. Of course, the next map being a very titular one, being Splat Zone's Mincemeat.
This map is very controversial in the community. I've seen, I think Sendu has come out and said that Mincemeat Metalworks is the worst map mode combination in the game. And I know Wadson made a slander video specifically for this map. So it is very hated by some people in the competitive community. Generally just because it has some very dominant sight lines that an E-leader can kind of just sit on and you cannot really touch them. There is not a great way to flank them there isn't really a way to flank them, period, that doesn't go within their sight line. So we're going to have to see how this plays out if either of the teams go for E-leader, if both of them, or actually no, we did see a Charger last time. But if we do see Duck.hee stick with that heavy splatling that worked out so well for them last time, we're going to have to see if they stick with it again on this map.
Yeah, either way, we have seen both of these teams do have an anchor player. So of course they can pull out the E-leader here out of nowhere and be able to play it effectively. But we're just going to have to wait and see on what these comps are. I mean, I don't really know how to play anchor. I cannot play Chargers for anything. The only anchor experience I've ever had is like Rapid Pro and 2 and like Dynamo Now. That's all I've got. So honestly, just congrats to every anchor player for having great aim and being able to stay back and not want to just go up and murder the entire time.
I have been playing Anchor a little bit recently. I played a little bit of Rapid Blaster Pro in Splatoon 2. And I like that a decent amount, and I've been kind of finding myself wanting to go for the longer range weapons in this game. Given that H3, my old weapon in Splatoon 2, did kind of get shafted with a not fantastic kit, and still competing with Zap, which is unfortunate. I really hope they give it a kit that isn't overlapping with Zap, because I think it's time that H3 and Zap don't compete anymore. But
yeah,
we are headed into the game. We will have to see what comps both teams decide to run. We do see an E-leader on Unlucky's side, with Duck.hee actually vying for an X-Splasher, which can be a fair counterpick against an E-leader. Playing a whole lot of different positions and angles than you would see an E-leader playing. Going for that paint on the zone, getting them that early cap. But we do see a big bubbler coming out from the Junior to try and protect them from that X-Blow while they paint the zone, and we do see it swap back and forth and back and forth, as is fairly common on this map. But with the Explosion going down, this might be Duck.hee's time to push forwards through the zone. Or actually Unlucky's time to push through the zone. But the Explo does come out of spawn, and we do see the zone being kept in neutral still. With it going in Unlucky's favor, and back to Duck.hee's favor, and back to neutral. It's almost comical how fast the zone swaps on this map. We're nearly a minute into this game, and not a single team has broken the 80 mark, with it swapping yet again to Duck.hee. With Duck.hee managing to get a push up, with that machine trying to catch the leader off guard, but getting caught out by yet another person. Duck.hee drops below the 70 barrier, and it seems that they are going to get a fairly decent push out as the timer continues to tick down, and Unlucky continues to go down. With that Trizuka coming out, not really finding any value, and the splatter shot just dying yet again. We're gonna have to see if Unlucky can pull themselves together and get this cap on the zone, or if this is just going to be a pretty much 0 to KO on Unlucky's side.
Wait and see here. 2 down on Duck.hee's side though. It's just Machine and the Junior, but they still are managed to keep control, but not for long. As we see, Bo Duke is pushing back, trying to get Cobb, as Cobb stays in the corner, but gets canceled. Gets jump canceled by that Yosha, that respawn punishing E-leader. Literally the bane of my existence. As we see here, Uton with that shot, trying to push in an LLZ, the shot versus shot, but Uton wants to have none of that. Cobb is trying to get a good position, but can't really seem to find anything. I did not touch on this earlier, but never mind. Trizuka comes out, takes Yoshel out of the game, but not before being picked off by that other shot because they got a little bit too close to that edge there. We are seeing Unlucky actually pushing back, but that's not before Duck.hee gets control of the zone again. Of course, Expo being one of the ultimate painting weapons right now for splat zones. Really good splat zones niche with that backline painting anchor, Ink Storm. But we saw Yoshel getting the pick on that junior. As we see, they're holding a pretty good spot, being that anchor, getting jumps over to them as Uton staying in that corner, trying to make sure not get picked off, trying to aggress player now with some bombs, but not being able to do it. They take zone back, but not before Unlucky puts it in neutral, try to take it back, but Duck.hee takes it back. It is almost down to it's neutral again, ladies and gentlemen. As we see LLZ coming in here, their triple tries, god damn it. As we see, oh my god, it is just back and forth as the shot has to go on that right back in order to protect themselves. Uton just trying to keep pressure, but they can't. They're in the corner with that suction bomb. LLZ looking for the perfect opportunity as they saw, pushing in, but they're going to get picked off too. It's 2 down on Duck.hee. This is Unlucky's chance in order to clap back, but Cobb is in the corner. It is Fizzy Bomb spam time. The lovely moment, Fizzy Bomb spam comes out. You love Fizzy Bombs, guys. You love them. As you see, Booyah Bomb canceled, but not before the Booyah Bomb actually comes out, but barely paints the zone. It is 2 down on Duck.hee. This is Unlucky's chance to take it back. It's just the junior and the Explode, and they take lead as the Explode goes down. It is just the junior and the machine. They're keeping back. 3, 2, 1, GG's. A wipeout at the end, the last second to signify Unlucky's win. It is 1-1 right now, and we are going into this next game. It is literally anybody's game at this point. I am really excited to see what goes on here because that was really good. We saw Unlucky clap back at the perfect time and take the win somehow, even though Duck.hee got all the way down to 12, but that's going to be on Tower Hagglefish. Really good map, of course, as Hagglefish is just a really goated map right now. Tower control, you know, it's a good route. It's not the best route, I'd say. It does push a little bit close to the enemy spawn for my liking. It's literally right up to their like perch. You're just looking at it saying like hello.
That was indeed a game. That was indeed a mincemeat game. we did actually see that zone flipping back and forth very frequently, which was pretty interesting. So that was at least a plus of that. But we are now headed into Tower Control Hagglefish. We're going to have to see how this map plays out. Both teams are up 1, so it's really anybody's game. And it is everybody's game because they have to win this one if they want to stay in the tournament. Whoever loses this doesn't get their chance at redemption. They don't get their chance at winners bracket. So this is going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it is anybody's game right now. We could see Unlucky take it back and go up against their oppressors once again, or Duck.hee maybe takes it and goes up against the paddling poolers. We're just, of course, going to have to wait and see. What comps are we going to see on Tower Haggle? Of course, really good specials to run. We have seen the junior coming out from both teams, so that would be a no-brainer for something like this. But maybe they also want the ink vacuum play in there. Again, we're just going to have to wait and see on what they decide to do.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be pretty interesting to see. That bubble on tower on this map can be very devastating. I do believe they changed up the position of the checkpoint on this map in the latest update. I am not sure though. That might just be a rumor, but I have heard that they updated the position of the checkpoint a little further away from that ledge. I haven't actually seen it myself though, so maybe I just haven't paid attention to it, or maybe I haven't played Tower Control Haggle on the new update. But we're gonna have to see how it goes.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see as we are getting into here, going to see the comps. Splat Charger, Junior, Gallant, and Shot on Unlucky. Duck.hee, we're seeing the Junior, Machine, Shot, Heavy, looking pretty similar to the comps that they did run in Rainmaker. But as we are seeing Of course, both teams have a big bubble. That's going to be really essential at the checkpoints. But maybe in some scenarios, we could see the Splat Charger going on that tower with the Ink Bag also being pretty good protection on that tower. Not as good as Big Bubbler, but still really good. The shot's going to go down as we see this other shot going for a flank, but not before getting stopped by the Big Bubbler. But not before going in and taking the Junior down, pushing that heavy. A Big Bubbler was played, but they said, nah, I am still pushing you. I'm
Completely no regard for their life, just completely focused on killing that. That was very fun to see. But Duck.hee is now on the defense with Unlucky breaking through the first checkpoint. This is not what they want to see. The Big Bubbler going out on tower again, but it isn't going to end up being useful with the Wave Breaker getting that pick. We do see the true power of Wave Breaker. It doesn't seem like it will kill you until it does. So we're going to have to see how Duck.hee plays this out. They do have quite a lot of ground to cover, but it isn't out of the question because they do have a lot of time left. We do see a Trizuka coming out on that charger. Doesn't quite get the pick, but it does manage to displace them for a moment. Unlucky does manage. They do get one down on the junior side, but they are coming out of spawn now. Duck.hee's chance to push off of that has really ended with them going down. The machine getting picked off at 2 gal. Now they are on the disadvantage and getting pushed back. The heavy spotting taking a very forward position in mid, going for the trade on the 52 gal. That does leave Duck.hee without a backline, so they could wipe here if things go very badly. But they do get the pick on that junior. No, not on the junior, on the charger. With the splash shot going down, the junior going down now as well. It's just the 52 gal left. With that charger holding things, this is Duck.hee's chance at redemption.
This is the perfect time to shine here as we are seeing the heavy staying on that tower. They have the Wave Breaker already, pushing that alongside the Big Bubbler 2 on tower. They've taken the lead here as they're going coot off the tower, but not before the machine is trying to shred that checkpoint, but they can't get it done. 2 down as Unlucky is pushing back up here. Uton in that corner, but has got to go back on that right alley. As we see the Gal is trying to push up on them, but can Uton survive here? Yes, they can. Takes down Claire with no remorse. Now is pushing on the tower, but gets caught, but takes out the junior too, but not before being taken out by LLZ. That aggressive splatter shot. Both splatter shots are really aggressive right now. But the Big Bubbler is going back once again on the tower. We do see the Trizuka now coming out, trying to get some picks. Heavy gets picked off here as Uton is just trying to be a little aggressive here, coming up with them. But Unlucky is holding their positions, holding their ground. And now they're putting that Big Bubbler on the tower. They have got to find a way to get back in there. What is the junior doing? What was that? Did you see that? He was like clipping through the sky.
I didn't see that. That sounds like it was very strange. But Unlucky does seem to... And that's the disconnect from someone on Duck.hee's side. That is not what they want to see. They are in the lead, but they have to hold it very well because they can't really push, and they also especially cannot die. They really have to hold this. But they are going down yet again. This is not what they wanted to see in losers semifinal game 3 of a best of 3. This is indeed very unfortunate. They're going to have to pull out something insane here, but it isn't going to happen. They do lose the lead here, and getting that back is going to be very hard when they are a player down. So we're going to have to see what happens here.
Yeah, no, you're seeing Yoshel go down. That is 2 down on the side of Unlucky, but they get past the 3rd checkpoint. Can they knock it out? But they're getting positioned out of it as the junior is the only one there. But the machine just with the 1-tap takes him out. It is down to the last 30 seconds as Unlucky has gotten too sick. Duck.hee has got to shred for that last 2 checkpoints in order to take it, but it's going to be really hard as the shot is already trying to flank him.
Yeah, it's going to be a stretch, but we'll have to see if they can make it work. With that shot going in, flanking them, and killing absolutely everyone, leading to the wipeout. That is very unfortunate, and that is going to put the nail in the coffin for Duck.hee. That is very sad to see. Unlucky's luck finally turning around. That disconnect giving them that win pretty much for free. It's unfortunate, but it happens. The machine, last-ditch effort going in to try and get something, but it doesn't happen. And Duck.hee is going to lose Game 3, leading Unlucky. Still in the tournament, still here for the redemption.
It is truly tragic what happened there to Duck.hee, losing the set because of a disconnect. They were doing so well, but they lost Uton, their aggressive shot, which wasn't that good for them, as Unlucky takes the set 2-1. It's going to move on to losers finals against the team that put him there in the first place, the Paddling Poolers. But of course, with that being said, we are going to go on a short break before we move on to losers finals. So make sure you don't go anywhere, as we got a pretty good set coming up.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Losers Finals here at Splatoon 3 Paddling Pool 188. Of course, here joined by Asect again as we are going into Splat Zone Sturgeon Shipyard, Unlucky versus Paddling Poolers. You might remember this from like an hour or two ago, but it is going again for the chance to be in the Grand Finals. How do you think this is going to play out, Asect?
I don't know. If I remember correctly, this set ended in a 2-2 last time with Paddling Poolers barely taking it at the very end of the game, I think. Or barely defending a push from Unlucky, if that is the set that I was thinking of. Which, I mean, that push was indeed very unlucky for Unlucky, because that entire push was determined by a missed power clam. But since these two teams are fighting each other again, this is a sort of redemption arc for them. So we're going to have to see if they redeem themselves indeed.
What we're going to have to do here, as we are seeing the comp come out here from the side of Unlucky, we got the E leader, of course, with the Respawn Punisher, but we also have Junior, Gal, and Shot. And we see also pretty much the same comp, but we are trading out the Junior for the V-Slosh from Phil Stan once again. So what's it going to be? Is it going to be Junior or the Slosher?
I don't know. The Junior comp is going to be a lot more passive, mostly relying on its 52 gal and its shot to fight. But the one with the Slosher, I think, is going to mostly rely on its splatter shot for support here. Just because it is the best painting weapon in the entire team, and their comp struggles with paint just a little bit. And with its suction bomb, it can play fairly supportively, like K-Shot did in Splatoon 2, using its special more in the displacement tool. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out. To go down, what goes down on either side? The Killer Whale going out on the E-leader, trying to displace them from that perch, getting the pick on them. So the Paddling Poolers is going to go into the lead here. With a Killer Whale coming out, trying to displace them, but with not many people to push in off of it, it's not going to be super effective, and it isn't going to find any picks. But that isn't going to stop Unlucky. They are going to try to push in anyways. With the 52 gal going down on Paddling Poolers' side, the E-leader is starting to rotate backwards, trying to line up those shots, get those picks, but they are going to get pushed by the 52 gal, which is not going to be very good for them. But with the two jumps coming in as backup, the 52 gal decides to back off.
Seeing the shot going down on Unlucky's side, they have a pretty good grasp on the zone, but Yaru is pushing back in. One down on either side. Oh, that was a clean snipe on Yaru. They get picked off by Draco, but that was insane.
that was a nice flick, yeah. But we are seeing a fight here between the splatter shot and the 52 gal. Getting fancy with the squid roll off the wall, but getting completely shut down by that charger. Taking out just a little bit too much with their Trizuka before popping it. That charger getting a clean snipe on the enemy E-leader. That's very risky as a backline. You really do not want to die, and you are exposing yourself to a 50-50 fight there, essentially. But the E-leader gets flanked by the 52 gal. It is only 4 points remaining. We're going to have to see if they can win this painting battle. It is neck and neck so far. With the 52 gal going down on Unlucky's side, they are going to lose the zone, leading Paddling Poolers into the lead. Or not into the lead, but on the offensive here.
You saw the Trizuka taking down Yoshel there. Yoshel was just going absolutely insane. But they are 3 down right now. E-leader back in play, but it's just the gal there alone. Gonna get picked off. They have to play together here if they ever dream of getting back into mid. Yoshel trying to get that good anchor position, trying to pick off some members. I can't really finding it, especially with Phil Stan trying to just splat bomb him out. It is not looking good for them. The triple ink strike solely for the purpose of just taking Yoshel out of the game. They just need a few more points in order to take lead here, which they most likely will, as they do 2-1. That was so close.
Barely. That was by frames.
Yeah.
That was by frames that they didn't get zone there. That was very unfortunate for them. But it is only game 1, and we do have 5 games ahead, or 4 more games ahead of us. So they do have plenty of time to get their redemption out. But this is going to set the stage for the entire rest of the match, because now I believe Unlucky does have to win a counterpick of Paddling Pullers. If they keep trading counterpicks, then Paddling Pullers will end up coming out on top.
Yeah, what they got to do here is make sure that even though, of course, right now Unlucky has the power with the counter pick, they got to make sure that they play aggressive because they can get a good demotivator on the other side by winning the counter pick. That's something good you can do, because if you can do that, you show the other team that, yeah, even if you think you're going to do well in that map mode, you're going to have to wake up because we're still going to go absolutely feral on you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to see what this counterpick is. Unlucky has to pick this fairly carefully. If they lose another counterpick here, then they're setting themselves up to have to reverse sweep, which isn't going to be very good for them. But we did see them almost do that against Paddling Pullers in the past, so it isn't completely out of the question. We did see a reverse sweep just last set, I believe. No, the set before that. Which was nice to see, but it looks like they're going to counterpick Ink Blot Tower Control. This is a map we have seen earlier in the tournament, and it is a Splatoon 2 map, so it's going to be fairly familiar to each of these teams. Even though Splatoon 3 has been out for long enough to where the non-Splatoon 2 maps are starting to become more familiar and feel like home.
Yeah, no. Even though we've only been playing these Splatoon 3 maps for 2 months now, they are starting to feel like really, usual for us. They feel more familiar, and we were starting to see ourselves correlate more with these Splatoon 1 and 2 maps that have come back than the ones that have left. Now, the ones that have not come back, we still have yet to see some of those maps. So maybe if those come back, of course, we'll play those, get used to those. But for right now, these are the ones that we really like. Inkblot still being one, but of course, feeling a little different since the picks on either side were a little remodeled to make them a bit more easier to play on. But we are moving on here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what comps these guys rent. We do see a Charger out only on one side though. Unlucky opting for the Charger, Paddling Pullers opting to drop it instead. Unlucky is probably planning something with this Charger since this is their counter pick. They are going in here with a plan. Paddling Pullers probably is not. They still likely do have a plan, but a lot less of a plan than Unlucky, if I had to guess. Because counterpicking a map does give you the advantage in that sense of having a plan in advance. But we do see the missiles coming out from the Flames' side. They are grabbing the tower, taking it forwards, and leaving the rest of their team to push forward and ahead of them, take that tower. But that Junior taking that space with the big bubbler there is going to kind of disrupt that push. And that is going to lose them the checkpoint. Paddling Pullers going 2 down, leaving Unlucky on the offense, on the advantage, leading into their next push. Paddling Pullers going down yet again, leaving Unlucky in a fairly large advantage here.
Yeah, no, Unlucky is getting good advantage. Of course, the big bubbler HVAC combo, that's what they want to do here. I saw they have special charger on that Splash Charger. They are trying to get as many as possible. As we see Yoshel chilling on that tower at the second checkpoint, while the others have just got to play aggressive here, pushing out the members of Paddling Pullers. Second check is down as they are almost at the third, but Philstan is trying to be a little aggressive here, but the Infect is going to come out. They get picked off beforehand, but this is going to really protect them. But the 10 missiles are coming out. That doesn't really matter as Yoshel is still alive, but I don't think they got that check just yet. But they weren't able to get on the check either. They were so close. But again, that was really good for a first push. Maybe it could have been better with the removal of that third check, but still good nonetheless. As now Paddling Pullers has a little over 3 minutes left to clap back. As we see, they have actually 3 specials. They used the Trizuka, but we're coming out with the 10 missiles. Going on the side of Unlucky, taking off that Splash Charger. Junior down. The triple ink strike is coming out. All they have left is a killer whale. But the guy gets picked off. Not good. But guess what's almost at the ready? Coming out from Draco. The Trizuka. Getting played out here. See if they're going to get anybody. But can't really find him. But we do have one more load. But nope. That's not happening. They didn't get anybody as we see player is trying to aggress on Yaru, but gets picked off. Not looking good. This could be the reversal, and this could be Paddling Poolers taking the lead back. Of course, triple ink strike, the 10 missiles coming out. They're getting on that third checkpoint. They gotta get the Flingza out of here. They gotta get him gone. They gotta get that whole team out. As they are just going in there, shot getting taken out. They gotta stop him. 2 down. One of the gals on that side as Modupa gets clocked. As they take lead here. Unlucky, not finding that aggression. 4, 3, 2, 1. That is GG's. Paddling Poolers having a really good push. Really good, well-timed specials. And Unlucky really not finding the opening there in order to aggress. Pretty much being stopped every second of the way. They, of course, here, Unlucky has got a reverse sweep if they even dream of getting to grand finals. But Paddling Poolers, they see red. They want revenge on Penguin, and they are determined to get it. What's going to be this map mode? What's going to decide if it's going to be the start of a reverse sweep or pretty much a 3-0 knockout?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if Unlucky can take the 2-2 yet again, because I believe this is what we saw last time these people fought. Paddling Poolers went 2 up, and then Unlucky went 2 up, and then lost the reverse sweep at the last second. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see on how this works. I am really hoping that we're gonna see some good games. No just shutouts, no lock-ins. None of that. I want to see really good competition throughout, really neck and neck. But of course, we're going to have to wait and see on the map mode. It seems the mode has been decided. It is going to be Splat Zones, but what is the map? We're not sure yet. It doesn't look like it's changed. Well, the mode has switched from Tower to Splat Zones. Splat Zones Mako baby!
This is yet again another very standard Splatoon 2 map. We have been playing only Splatoon 2 maps so far, so I guess these are all fan favorites, which does make sense. They did get the least changes going from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3, and they have been played for 5 years now. Pretty much, they've tried and true. These maps have been proven to be fairly all right. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out, with the Mako zones being a very familiar pick for a lot of people. One of the most popular map mode combinations in all of Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. As I said earlier, it feels like pretty much anything can work here. It doesn't feel like you can pretty much play any range, any class. Everything works. You always have. This isn't a backline map. This isn't a frontline map. This is just a very variety-inducing map, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, it is really good for variety. You could be holding down your stack with maybe a charger or a splatling, or you could be more on the aggressive with a shooter. It is really all up to you on how you want to play this map, though you do have to keep in mind of the pits, of the flanks, and pretty much keep yourself safe. Of course, we're just gonna have to wait and see on what happens here, on what gets played as we are going into this match now. Let us see some of the comps here. Coming out from Unlucky, we have the leader shot Junior Gal, but on the side of Paddling Poolers, we pretty much have the same thing, but again, with the Flingza and with the Slosher. So is it gonna be the Junior and the leader, or is it gonna be the Flingza and the Slosher? Of course, Paddling Poolers have shown that their comp goes absolutely crazy. But we're gonna have to see if Unlucky can clap back, because this might be their last chance.
Yeah, it's not a good start for them. The 52 gal going down right off the bat, but this water shot also going down on Paddling Poolers side is going to kind of even things out a little bit. We have the Junior jumping out here, opting to play it safe. They know that that big bubbler can be very useful for the zone, and getting that zone. The 52 gal has an unlucky death to that splat bomb from the Junior, and we might see stuff out here. Big bubbler coming out on zone. Indeed, that's going to secure cap for zone here, but they do still have to push past it. The Trizuka coming out is going to put a wrench in the works, though.
No. As we are seeing here, Unlucky almost has the lead back. They just got to keep it for a little while longer. We are seeing on that stack, but not anymore. The shot is taken down. Flingza is staying on their stack, making sure that they are not peaked because all they want is missiles on that battlefield. So we're seeing some jumps in on the Gal as Yaru is going for a push here on their stack, getting the wall in, trying to get LLZ, but gets picked off by Yoshel with the, of course, the respawn Punisher E-leader. Big Bubbler coming out on the side of Unlucky, trying to keep their stack as Philstan is in this corner here, trying to see what they can do. Trading with Sharking, trying to see, can they do anything? As they are trying to get the jump, can they get the jump on player, or are they going to get picked off here? They are truly tragic and a little waste of time there, as Unlucky needs to paint the zone back. As they do, no more penalty for them as they are starting to get points on that board. Draco going down to LLZ as the Trizuka comes out, takes down Yaru. That is 2 down. That is a double kill. As we see Yoshel on that stack trying to play that good position. They are halfway towards their wave breaker and they're putting ink mines in order to make sure that nobody's flanking them. They have pretty good sight. The ink mine is definitely something you want on a back line, keeping you, safe just in case somebody's trying to push in. As we see Paddling Coolers is actually pushing in, getting 2 down on Unlucky as they are taking the zone, and now they're taking those aggressive spots.
Yeah, Unlucky has gone 2 down, which is very unfortunate for them. They're going to have to push back in, and they don't have a lot of time to do it. As I said before, 50 points may seem like a lot, but it can disappear right before your eyes if you're not careful. And with Unlucky going 1 down yet again, potentially even 2 down to this Trizuka, it is going to be not fantastic for them. With the Tri-Strike and the missiles pushing them back even further, that clock is ticking for them. And this is the last chance that they have to get back in this. So they have to push into the zone, like, pretty much right now, or else they are out of this. The Splatter Shot goes down, the leader goes down, the Slosher goes down. It's just the Junior on zone, painting it with the Big Bubbling, forcing a neutral on the zone. They have to get Cap here right now, or else they're out of the tournament. They get the Cap. They're going to have to see if they can push through this, though, because they do not have a lot of time, and they have a lot of points to cover. The zone is going to go back into neutral, though, for a split second. That Shark might get this Splatter Shot off guard. It does, but they turn right around and get that pick on them. But they do get picked off by the Flamethrower, I believe. But Unlucky is still fighting for zone here. It does go down, but they have a lot more time now that that penalty is out. But they still do not have all the time in the world. They have to push back in soon because this penalty won't last forever. And even if they do, it's just going to keep on going down. They can't afford to lose zone again, pretty much, for any meaningful amount of time. We do see Sudal sharking on the stack, and they do get the pick on the Splatter Shot. That's going to be very bad for them. With only about 30 penalty remaining and just the E-Leader left, they have to push in very soon here, or else they are going to be out of the tournament. The E-Leader gets picked off by Splat Bomb. Unlucky has to push in anyways. If they wipe here, it doesn't matter. They just cannot lose this fight. 2 points left on the board, and they get the pick. They get the cap yet again. Only 47 penalties left on the zone. They aren't going to have much time if they lose zone here yet again. So it is going to be very close for them. This is not a fantastic situation for them, but they can't make it work if they need to.
Yeah, no. As we saw, that shot got a really good pick on the Gal, getting a splash wall cancel with the suction bomb. As we see here, Yoshel with the wave breaker, they gotta push in like now. Sending missiles, they have to not care, and they have to push in. The shot is down, but they have to go and they have to aggress. They have to go, they have to get it, but they don't. Sadly, they don't. And Paddling Coolers. No, they do not get the reverse
for them.
As we saw, their Paddling Coolers pretty much just 3-0 them, swipe them easy, as now we are going to be moving on, and we are going to be going towards pretty much a revenge grand finals. Paddling Coolers once again back at it again, trying to go up against Penguin. Can they do it? Can they get this a second time? They messed up the first time. It was really close, but they messed up the first time. But can they bring it back and take the whole tournament? Of course, we're going to have to be doing that after a quick break. But before we go, I'll just have to say thank you, Prochara, for the 84 raid. Thank you, man.
Yo, Prochara with a big raid. That is very nice. Thank you for that. You featured us in your most recent video. I was in it. Or no, second most recent video, I believe. It might have been a couple days ago. But yeah, thank you. And I believe we might be headed into break now, unless we have the next set queued up completely, which might actually be the case. I am not sure.
Most likely not, but we're going to go on a short break here, and we will see you guys just in a little bit.
Yep, see ya.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the grand finals for Paddling Pool 188. The revenge arc, the redemption arc for Paddling Poolers. Or is it going to be a clean wipe for Penguin? It all start here on Splat Zone's Museum del Foncino. But of course, Asect, what do you think about this?
We've seen this map before, and I think we saw this map against these two teams, actually, and neither of them ran an E-Leader, which is very strange, since this is one of the best E-Leader maps in the entire game. So we're gonna have to see if they switch it up, or if they both stay strong with their E-Leaderless comp. Powerful here, if you play it in the right positions, because it can have a huge view over zone, pretty much.
Yeah, they both opted for Flinxes instead, which makes sense. Lovely tendon missiles. I hope they don't give tendon missiles any more weapons that can paint well. I pray, but we're just gonna have to wait and see what Nintendo decides for us. But here we go with the comps, seeing the splash shot gal, and oh, we see a splat charger on the other team
Not
there.
E-Leader, but I'll take it.
Yeah, on the side of Penguin, they are using the splat charger with a respawn Punisher. Oh no, that's going to be pretty scary to fight against. As we also see the splash shot machine. As we see here, already coming out with a crab tank from Phil Stan. No bucket, but we got splash this time. As they are pretty much just trying to paint over zone and also keep pressure. As Warlock on the other side with that Trizuka trying to pick off the gal. They see him in the corner, but they can't really get to him. But they get Draco, which is trying to go for an aggressive push, but couldn't really do it. The machine coming out with the Booyah Bomb, but they knew the gal was in the corner. But, oh, but
that's 3 down on Paddling Pooler's side. Actually, that is a wipeout when Penguin already has control of the zone. This is not very good for them, especially as Penguin is the team with the charger. So they are going to have a pretty easy time locking them out with no range to contest them. They have to rely on their specials in order to get in here. But since they do have a Flings, that won't be very hard to get. But it is definitely something that will be not very good for them. They do missile them out, but they don't missile that E-Leader. The Trizuka goes out, but the E-Leader does, not the E-Leader, the charger does pop an ink back, which does take their pressure off for a second, but then puts it back with an explosive degree. Ooh, that is not very good for Penguin, but for Paddling Poolers, ooh, that will, I believe, unless Paddling Poolers pulls out a miracle, I believe that is game 1 for Penguin.
That was just a blink and you'll miss it. Penguin got that initial wipeout, pretty much kept them on that plat, and got another one on top of that. No breathing room, no remorse, and takes it. They take that first set there, so now Paddling Poolers has got to think of a good counterplay, good map mode. They're just going to have to decide on that and make sure that their plan goes out well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see if Penguin does end up, because they have not lost a game against Paddling Poolers since those first 2 games that they lost, one of them being a DC. So we're going to have to see if they keep that momentum going through the set and just 3-0 them right here. It could happen, but it would make this game blessedly short. But Paddling Poolers could pull something out and get the reverse, not even the reverse sweep at this point, but get the bracket and then get the bracket reset as well. So we're going to have to see if that happens. Or if Penguin just says, no, you do not get to take advantage of our DC for any longer.
Yeah, of course. We're just gonna have to wait and see, as Penguin really wants to get that win. But we are waiting on that map mode. Hopefully we get a good one here, because honestly, a good one for the other team could be the make or break. They might mess up with which map mode they decide to choose, and that could be really good for Penguin to exploit. Or maybe they pick one that's really good for them, but it's going to be a little bit even. They have to keep in mind, especially the map, that they don't get locked out so easily. And the mode, of course, too. But the map is really essential in this pick here.
Yeah, picking the right map will really change a lot here.
Our block.
Tower Inkblot again. We've seen this map lots of times so far. This is a classic Paddling Poolers pick, I think. I think they picked this one as their counter pick in the last set as well. So it seems like they are fairly comfortable on this map and that they have the confidence that they can win on this map. I do not remember if they actually did end up winning on this map before, but it did clearly work out for them. So
They got
we're gonna
really
play that
close.
for them.
Yeah, you remember they left that gal alone, but they got so close to taking it back. So they want to run it back, and they want to see if they can actually take it out here. We are seeing the Flingza, the Slosher, the shot, the gal on the side of Paddling Poolers. On the side of Penguin, of course, we got the same comp coming out again. They believe in this comp. They believe it will work. As we're just going to wait and see on what happens here, as all these teams are just trying to get into mid.
Yeah, Penguin doesn't really have anyone set up on right at the start, which is going to be fairly good for Paddling Poolers, since they just have that one person to deal with, really. With no one else really there to protect them, it is going to be a fairly awkward situation, and they do manage to get pushed out, leaving Paddling Poolers in control of pretty much the entire right half of the map. And they might be able to use this to get an advantage and make stuff happen. They do miss that tri-strike a little bit, but it's fine because they do get that pick on the Charger. And the Crab Tank could potentially get another pick here, Explo style, with those bombs. And those bombs do pretty much act as the main weapon of Explo, just a little bit slower.
Yeah, they are a little slower, but they are still really effective. But we see Nico with their Flingza. They are trying to stay a little bit back here. But they're going for the aggressive on that Charger. Gets the pick with the Ink Mine, surprisingly. But there's a flank coming out from Warlock, taking out Draco. It is free down. It is just Philstan. They gotta get the hell out of there. Get out of there. They get out successfully. But that is not good for Paddling Poolers, as Penguin is going to take this first checkpoint with no contest, as Cam is moving up here along with the tower. Yaru trying to shark in that ink, but as we see here, Noah is keeping that aggression with the Crab Tank. 2 down, but their Tower Rider is down. Noah's going to try to take over that job, use Bird Bombs to keep out the opposition from Paddling Poolers. The triple ink strike coming out, Yaru coming out too. They are trying to pick off Noah. They want Noah gone, but Noah is still in there and is able to easily escape.
That was some fancy footwork to get that checkpoint. And it does end up working out for them. They do back up and bait the enemy team into their Charger's sightline, which worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, no, that worked out really well for them, but Warlock is not done with Paddling Poolers just yet. Staying on this ink rail, they missiled at the wrong time, buddy, because Warlock was easily able to pick them off. This Penguin is just harassing Paddling Poolers, taking out Philstan to there. Oh my god, there's so much carnage as Noah has the Crab Tank, but is ready to go back, using the Crab Tank on that entrance, but leaving their top a little bit exposed for Draco to take advantage. Paddling Poolers can push it back here, but they have to try their really best. There's a 4v4 right now. Philstan being taken out. Of course, Cam coming out with the Bina Bomb. Yaru in the corner, not looking good for them as they get picked off. It is pretty much just the things that SS Slosher is trying to get back here, as the Impact is almost ready for Miku, as Warlock gets that shot. If the triple with the Trizuka, as Cam, I keep doing it. I keep doing it. I hate it. But as we see here, Miku, Impact on the final checkpoint, 2 down on Paddling Poolers. They're getting into the single digits here. They're all riding the tower. It is pretty much GG's final wipeout at the end. This is not good for Paddling Poolers.
Yeah, Paddling Poolers has to pull out a reverse sweep, and these games have been fairly one-sided. This is not what they want to see. They still haven't managed to get a set off of Penguin since their first original 2-0. I wonder how they're feeling right now.
I don't imagine they're feeling all too hot, but they gotta feel a little hot in order to get this. Just gonna have to wait and see, as this is the final. This could be the final match. Penguin taking it and taking the victory home, or is Paddling Poolers gonna have that first bit of aggression, saying we're not going down all too easily there?
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see here. If Penguin gets this 3-0, that will be a very decisive victory against Paddling Poolers. But Paddling Pullers could pull something out. They could pull out a reverse sweep, but even then, they'll have to fight the bracket reset against Penguin. So they really have to up their game right now if they want to win this tournament.
If they want to win this tournament, then they gotta go crazy right now. They gotta go. They got it.
Yeah, Paddling Pullers is going to be thinking very hard about their counter pick right now because they really have to win this. They are not in a fantastic situation at all. This is going to be a very long stretch if they could pull this off, but it could happen. Anything can happen in this game. Penguin might get a little cocky. Paddling Pullers could switch up their comp. We're going to have to see what happens here. We're going to have to see how this decision plays out because this next decision could be their last decision at all, pretty much. But it does look like we do have a map chosen, and that is Inkblot yet again, but opting for Splat Zones. Very risky pick, given that they just lost very badly on Inkblot. We're going to have to see if this Zones map is going to manage to get them this win, or if they are going to just a fusion of their two losses combining into the ultimate loss, and Penguin getting the win extremely easily on them. It could really go any way here, but Paddling Pullers really cannot afford to mess up in this game because one misstep and they are out of the tournament.
One misstep, one mess up, and that's pretty much GG's for them. So they got to make sure that they are on their A game here. They got to make sure that they're playing aggressive. They got to make sure that they lock out Penguin. They got to make sure that they could do the best they can. Because if they mess up here, that's it. It's curtains. So they got to make sure they don't mess up.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like they are thinking very hard about their comps. There is indeed only one player left to decide their weapon, and it has happened. So we are going into the game now. This is it. This could be it. Yeah, Paddling Pullers cannot mess up here. This is a very high-stakes game for them. We're gonna have to see how they handle this opening. Opting for the leader, actually, to contest their charger. That is going to be able to outrange their normal charger and potentially punish them with that respawn punisher, double stacking. But the 52 gal goes down on the Paddling Pullers side right away, right off the bat. This is not what they wanted to see, but it is still 4 minutes, 44 seconds left in the game. They have as much time, they have a lot of time, all the time in the world pretty much, but that is not a promising opening for them. Penguins starting on the clock, pushing up with the splash, trying to just put the nail in the coffin here, go for the aggressive play, starting a fight as best as they can with their limited range, sharking out to try and get that pick, but they missed them. The Ninja Squid coming in clutch there, and Paddling Pullers is going to cap the zone, leaving Penguin at 66. This isn't impossible to win for them here still. They could still push up into the zone, but not if that happens. The sloshing machine, I believe they're in a double there. No, it's just a badly timed going 2 down. Just the E-leader on Paddling Pullers' side. Penguin getting the cap on the zone. Going to keep pushing, keep getting that timer down. Paddling Pullers has to come up with something fairly quickly because that timer can go down deceptively fast. Only 10 seconds, only 10 points left until they've worked their way through that penalty. They are getting points on the board yet again, with Paddling Pullers having to come up with something and having to come up with something very quickly. The killer whale goes out, the machine gets picked off. The splash goes down on Paddling Pullers' side, but Penguin is still down. They could go for a pizza here. It's just the splatter shot left. They could very easily wipe here, but they aren't capping the zone. The splatter shot left to fight themselves in choke. They have shown themselves. Paddling Pullers now knows where they are. But they are still alive here, and they are fighting for their lives. They take the Zuka out and get that pick on the charger, taking out the back line, leaving them with a giant hole in the back of their defense. Potentially, if that hole grows, it could lead into a wipe. But it looks like the E-leader comes back out of spawn in time to prevent that wipe, but it still leaves them a lot of space to be had. They get that pick on the leader. The double stack respawn punisher is going to be extremely bad for them, leaving Penguin here potentially in the room to wipe with their backline taken out. Not much left to contest that E-leader, but they are still on the timer and it is still ticking down. 2 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock. The scores are fairly close here. It's really anyone's game. We'll have to see what happens. Both teams go 2 down, but Paddling Pullers is coming out of spawn first, so this is going to leave them with an advantage. The Penguins still taking down the zone. It's a Penguin battle, and Paddling Pullers is now back on the offensive.
Paddling Pullers has the zone back, but they gotta make sure that they can keep it in order to take that victory. But as we see here, Noah actually picks off Draco really quick. It is just a leader left alive on Paddling Pullers. As Warlock, as we see there, is going on left alongside Noah, trying to go for that bit of aggression, but for right now, just doing a little bit of bomb stalling, you know? Just trying to do that because they can. They got a section bomb. They can do that. But we do see 2 free specials at the ready from Penguin. They have specials ready. As we see 2 of them coming out, we have the Tri-Super and we have the Crab Tank coming out, picking up that E-leader. Philstan coming out with the Crab Tank, but he's not really going to find anything, but does find Miku. They do get burst bombs. This other splash.
Ooh.
They are down to the final 10 points. This is not looking good. 4, 3, 2, 1, and Penguin takes it and are your Paddling Pool 188 champions.
Ooh, with the 3-0, it did happen. That was fantastic from them there. We saw them play that. We saw Paddling Poolers win the first 2 games against them, but then they could not touch them after that. Penguin found their number and dialed them in and got that 3-0 after the reverse sweep on them. That is fantastic from Penguin. Really good adapting there. That was great to see it.
Yeah,
but that is going to be a wrap on the tournament. It has been fantastic to have you guys. And then where can they find you?
People can find me, of course, on Twitch and Twitter at Ninstar123. I do stream semi-regularly, and I do some tweeting. I am planning on getting working on a project soon, so it should be out by a little next weekend. I think it would be the trajectory I get this special level project out. I'm not saying what it is, but it is. It's some. Let's just say it's something I do. It's something I do.
Yep, and you can find me, Asect, A-C-E-C-T, on YouTube, and Asect with 4 T's on Twitch and Twitter. That's A-C-E-C-T-T-T-T. And yeah, that's gonna be it for us. And I guess we will see you guys later. Peace.
You guys have a good one.
You